Hey YouTube, how y'all doing? Listen, this ain't gonna be no long live, man. I'm just coming on here to uh, you know, share what I think about what's going on and just the stuff that I'm hearing. It's just basically just me addressing what I've already addressed. But I haven't spoke on this matter. Um just seeing the overall state of men today and the things that we will spend our time talking about and how every conversation is centered around women is very disappointing because I'm telling you that that's what every conversation come back to. Every conversation is 1 second. Who is this? Hey, y'all tap the screenshot a lot. What's going on? Who is hello?
How was your day, sir?
I'm sorry.
I was about to say, how was your day, sir? My bad.
I'm pretty good. What about yours?
It's going all right. Just another day in paradise.
Okay, what's going on?
Ish, nothing much, really. What about you?
Nothing, just addressing the topic.
Yeah, yeah, I do agree with it. You know what I mean? It's just like, for me, like, from majority of the men I meet, it's just like the priorities aren't straight. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
From like the men, I wouldn't say all of them, majority. I would say like 70%. 10 out of 10 men that I've met, like, have this thing, like, for me, I'm trying to keep my language to like low, you know what I mean? But they mainly pay attention to like what's the most beautiful women they could bang instead of try to build something for themselves. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because like, this whole persona, from what I see, I don't know what like you are. It's just like they always want to have like money, like, the money that they talk about is old money, and that takes time. And it's just like you can't really start doing that at 25, 26, 27. How do you think these people got this kind of money? You know what I mean? They started off at 18, 16. You know what I mean? They started hustling at that young age. So I feel like, it's going to a shift. Something like that is really irrelevant. And I feel like it's like damaging the brain in a sense to where it's just like there's no backbone. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's not. Uh, give me 1 second. Y'all tap the screen share alive now. Hold on, but give me 1 second. Um, can you mute your mic real quick? Dominic, you said I'm hating on men.
Yeah, what's up with this topic?
And most men are a disappointment. Majority of men are broke. Majority of men want a submissive woman, and you don't qualify.
So why aren't you uplifting men
I don't
and
need.
setting an example for other men? Why are
I
you?
am setting an example. How can you set an example without calling out the BS that men do?
Well, you're supposed to be using your
Why
platform
would
to
I
uplift men.
uplift? Why would I uplift trash?
Are you a man?
Yeah.
Okay. Were you a boy at one point?
Am I 28? Am I a boy at 28?
Okay, so you're a young man.
Yeah. So am I acting like a boy at the age 35? Am I still in the strip clubs throwing money? Am I manipulating women out their jaws? Am I not married? You know what I'm saying? I don't have any kids out of wedlock. I'm not out here in the streets. I'm not out here being broke, spending all my money on nonsense. I'm not having circular conversations with older men, making everything about intercourse with how many women I can run through. Am I not trying to start my own business and got my priority state? So what are you saying? Most men don't have that type of mindset. You're childish.
Right. So what you should be doing is using your platform to help men achieve those things that you have in 28 years.
Why should I help? You have to call out the nonsense that men do in order for them to see that it's nonsense. You can't just uplift. What am I uplifting? You don't have nothing for me to uplift.
So you don't believe in teaching young men
I
how to
believe I
better
believe in
themselves?
I believe in calling out, right? I believe in calling out the nonsense with men so that they can unpack it themselves and go figure out what to do. That's what I
Well,
say.
it seems like you're shaming men.
Men
Uh,
should be shamed.
uh, Well, I don't know who told you that.
Yeah, which gender causes the most harm on the earth, or sex?
It can be,
Which nigga? I'm not gonna play that game. Which gender has caused more harm on the earth than any gender? Just please, just answer the question.
It's men.
All right, thank you. So who do I start with when I want a better society? Who do I start with? Who do I address?
You address the men in society.
All right, thank you, Nick. Then we don't have nothing else to talk about.
Right. So you just proved my point. So you need to
I don't
start.
have, there's nothing to uplift. There's nothing to uplift. I have to call you out on your nonsense, and then I can uplift a good example, but I cannot uplift men. I can uplift a good example of a man, but I cannot uplift men in general.
You can't uplift men?
I cannot uplift men in general. You don't have anything to uplift.
So you can't set a good example for other men.
I am setting a good example. One of the good examples of being a man is being able to call out the nonsense in which we do. We don't do that. Men do not call out other men or hold other men accountable. We blame women and children and victim blame. That's what we do. So again, why are you telling me to set the example instead of and not call out the bad examples? Hello?
Yeah. What would you say?
Why are you telling me to set an example but not call out bad examples?
Because here's the thing: when you're calling out bad examples,
oh Lord,
what is that doing for men when you're just calling out bad examples? You're supposed to be teaching them a lesson and showing them, lead the way.
How do you teach them a lesson without calling out? How do you teach a lesson without addressing what they do as well? You can't just say, oh, this is how you should move. No, I'm gonna tell you what you're doing wrong, and then I can tell you how you should move. But I gotta call you out on the wrong that you do. The problem is men don't want to be held accountable. You don't want to be called out for the nonsense in which you do. You just want me to get up here and say, man, this is what we need to do to be better men. Okay. We need to stop talking bad about women. We need to stop doing this. I need to come up here and be so great of a man. But I also have to say, hey, men, hey, some of y'all are trash because, hey, you're misogynistic. You're catcalling women down the streets. You're abusing women. You've caused the most harm on the earth, right? Some of y'all are getting divorced because you're not putting in work in your marriage. It doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. I have to call you out for what you do. But the problem is some of y'all are so weak, not you particularly, but men. Some men are so weak that they don't want to be called out for the nonsense in which they do. You just want somebody to coddle your feelings. I'm not that guy. That's the problem. Some of y'all never had a belt to your ass.
And you know what? I agree with that. I think a lot of men didn't get disciplined. They didn't have a good father example in the household in the beginning. And that's why they turned out the way they are. And they're treating women.
And whose fault is that?
That's how
all right. So again, if you're gonna say that, if you're gonna say that right there, whose fault is it that the man's not in the house? Is it the woman's?
That's the man's fault.
Thank you. So again, when it comes to addressing who should I? So what's the problem with me calling out what men do?
I think it's the way you're doing it. It's the way you're doing it. You're getting on TikTok and you're trying to get a reaction out of people.
3 seconds in, bro. I haven't even been live for 30 minutes. I haven't even been live for 10 minutes. As soon as I started the live, right, I was addressing what men were saying on these TikTok panels and what is going on out here in life. I didn't even get to speak.
Okay, well, I wasn't here.
Exactly. The live only at 1.2K likes. I didn't even get to speak about what is going on. I literally just started. Matter of fact, I'm on YouTube as well. I'm reading the time clock. It is now hit 10 minutes. As soon as I started, I didn't even get to say what my thought was on what is going on with the men today. And most men are a disappointment. Matter of fact, you're financially a disappointment. You're broke. We are broke men as a society telling women that they need to be more submissive to us. You don't have nothing to submit to. You're broke financially. Some of you are broke spiritually, mentally, and emotionally. But yet, we need women to submit to us when we're not even walking in our purpose. And if you don't want to use the word purpose right there, I'm sorry, you don't have anything to offer. We are asking women, what do they bring to the table? And nigga, we don't even have a table. That is the problem. So when I say it's disappointing, I'm literally saying the way in which we're going about things is a disappointment. And what we're asking for, and what we're asking for from women and not being able to have the same thing is a disappointment. You're expecting a freaking traditional wife in a 50-50 type situation. That is a disappointment. You're online screaming at women all goddamn day on TikTok panels with a red pill up your butt. That is a disappointment. You're fat, not you, but they're fat men, bald-headed with beards online every day with no sex appeal who need to get in the gym talking about women all day. Nigga, your health is a disappointment. So yes, most men who get online on these panels and on TikTok and on YouTube all day talking about women are a freaking disappointment. It's a disappointment because real men never sat around all day online talking about women. Maybe locker room talk, I understand how that goes, but getting online crying and complaining about what single women are doing as a freaking married man. So yes, I stand 10 toes down on it. A lot of the things that we're doing as men is a disappointment. And I don't understand why I can't call that out as a man. What you asking me to set the example? I've tried I'm back. Can y'all hear me now? My bad. My bad. All right, let's try this again. Like that was a very my bad. I don't know. I guess my internet glitched. I apologize. I apologize. But yeah, like that just get on my niggas get like I don't even mean to say niggas like that just get on my nerves. Like when they come up here, bro. I was only live for 10 minutes and then they get to saying something crazy, bro. Like I didn't even get to talking. As soon as soon as I start, bro, I didn't even get to even finish what I was saying. And the dude started coming up talking about I need to be the better example. Why do I have to be? I hate when they say that. Like I really that ticks me off. That ticks me off. You gotta lead by example. Why? Why do I have to lead by example? Why can't you older men lead by example? They always want to tell. They always want to tell me that you should be setting an example for the men today. Why? Why do I have to set the goddamn example? Why do I have to do it? If I didn't try doing it, bro, they don't care. These older men don't care. These older men are the problem. These older black men, white men, Hispanic men, y'all are the freaking problem. Older men in general are the problem because you just want to talk. You don't want to read a book. You don't want to seek education. You don't want to learn things and you don't want to unpack your trauma. And instead of dealing with your problems, right? You get online and project your problems on women. That's what ticks me off. So it's like, why do I have to be the one who leads by example? I can't stand when they say that. Not no diss to the man who came up here because he was respectful. It's not really directed towards him, but I hear that a lot. Oh, Shannon, you gotta do better. No, tell them to do better. You know what the problem? If anybody has if there's any blame to put on anybody, it's the older men's fault, bro. Because I wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for y'all. I wouldn't even be saying the stuff that I'm saying if it wasn't for y'all. If it wasn't for you older men, I wouldn't even have a platform. Y'all are the reason I have a platform because you keep saying some stupid stuff. You live your life stupid. You think you qualify for a submissive woman. Everything's pandering. Everything's pandering. You men be pandering to men. Oh, bro, it's not your fault. It's these women's fault, bro. These women out here, they just out of order. You're broke. Let me keep saying this. The average man, no matter the race in America, is broke. Nigga, you out of order. You're not a provider. You're a leech. You're a parasite. You're a parasite. You want to go 50-50 with women. I don't know any men who even suggest that. You're a parasite. Literally, even in a marriage, you're a parasite. Married men live longer than single men. The heck is, get on my goddamn nerve with that nonsense, but dumb. My dad in my life, I don't know what you're talking about. So watch this. Here we go. I'm in. It's always it's an older black man. Here we go again. Y'all go prove my point every time. I'm gonna bring you up, fam. I'm gonna bring you up. I can't wait till this shit gets set down. I really do, bro. I really can't. You niggas better get locked out on TikTok, bro. And I wonder if you're gonna be able to build again. I wonder if you're gonna be able to build again. Oh, leader, provider, protect. Yeah, come on up, fam. Then they came in here and said, "Where's your father?" You see what I'm talking? YouTube, I'm sorry. They prove my point every time. I'm not here to be positive, fam. I'm here to speak truth. And the truth is, you need to do better. Right? I said what I said. If you have a disagreement, right, with the freaking prompt as a man, send your invite and come up. But don't be in the comments Grampy? What? Strong right. You haven't even sent the request. How am I scared of you? That's what I'm talking about. The weak men, you have not sent a request. How am I scared of you? Who is scared of you? What's going on?
Hey, what's good, man? How you doing, bro?
Pretty good. What about yourself?
Good. I can't complain. Yeah. So I mean, I scrolled past. I seen he said most men are a disappointment. I just, um, if you don't mind, I just want to get your definition or why you say that before we get into it. If that's okay.
Repetitive talking points, misogynistic behavior, work environments, day-to-day basis. What else? Men who agree with the toxic rhetoric. Even the way we grow up with our parenting, where the father is teaching the young kid, the young man, because men do say this, that they teach their sons to just put on a strap, but they teach their daughters to keep their legs closed. Why not tell your sons to keep their legs closed? But it don't work. It don't work out that way. We raise our children different. Stupid.
You believe that is most men?
Yes.
Okay. And why do you say it's most men, or why do you believe it's most men?
Because that's most men, how they think in the way they raise their daughters, even with the men I talk to.
Okay. I mean, I don't think you talk to most men, but I think most men also tell their sons, hey, it's better to not have sex. But if you do have sex, you probably should use protection. And I think that's what most men tell their sons, and likewise with their daughters. Hey, I would rather you not have sex, but if you do, you probably should go ahead and wrap it up or use some type of contraceptives to be safe when you do it. I think that's what most men teach both their sons and their daughters.
Can you prove that? Because I've heard majority conversations, whether it's come from men, and I see you in these circles, men in these circles, what they say, men outside, what they say. I don't want my daughter to end up like this, but hey, my son, hey, if my son gets some, as long as he strap it up, that's okay. Why not just tell him to not do it and wait for the right one? We tell a woman, I'll put it like this. We tell a woman to, or a girl or daughter, however, whatever, to protect her womb. How many times often do you tell a man to protect his seed? We don't even hear that as a talking point.
I've never heard protect seed, but what I do hear that a lot of men tell their sons, "Hey, don't go out here having sex." But again, like if you do, then wrap it up. Because we know, I think we as a culture, we understand that we're not going to be able to stop our children or these young men from having sex. They're going to do it, just like these young women are going to do it. So what we do resort to is, hey, how can you do this as safely as possible? And that's what most men are teaching both their sons and daughters. We understand that, hey, our daughters are going to go out there and they're going to have sex, they're going to fuck. Right? But do it as safely as possible as you can.
That's not what most men are teaching their daughters.
Well, you asked me for proof. I don't think you have any proof either. I think we both speaking from experience.
Okay, so from experience, cool. You're right. I used the wrong word. From experience, that's not what I've heard men in these conversations that are teaching their daughters. I've not heard them say that they are teaching their daughters to just do it safely. They're saying that, hey, I'm telling my daughter to keep her legs closed and wait on the right man. But if my son decides to go out there and have sex, as long as he put on a condom, right, that's okay. That's fine. And also the prompt. The reason I say most men are disappointed is more than just the way we raise the kids. That was just an example. Most men are broke.
You said most. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that last part. You said most men are what?
Broke.
Broke like financially or mentally?
Both. But financially, we can start with the financial part. I think it's hilarious that most people. We can say most people, but most men. So most men are broke asking for a submissive woman. You don't qualify for a submissive woman. So the things that we're even asking for as men, knowing dang well you don't have the money to have this, You don't have the financial backing to have it, but you're asking for it. Makes no sense. And provision does include finances.
Right. I guess my question would be one, like, what type of caliber of men are you hanging around with, or are you in contact with? Because the majority of men understand that in today's world, in 2024, 9 times out of 10, we're all broke.
Mm-hmm.
And you are not going to be able to raise a family or support a family on one income unless you're making 300 plus, right? So there are not many men out here saying, I want you to be a home wife or be submissive to me while I'm the only one that's going out here to make money, because that's not conducive to the relationship. Is not effective. Most men are saying, hey, that's why we have this whole 50-50 argument going on now. Most men nowadays are saying, hey, I need help.
Most men are not saying that. Most men are saying that, especially as black men, is that black women need to be submissive. We could make it race specific or speak on it broad. The average man is speaking about having a woman that is submissive. That is a circular talking point, and this is what men are asking for: a submissive woman, a cooperative woman, all of that. Submissive.
So, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying that's what they're asking for: a submissive woman. I don't think men.
If we're talking about black men, I think me and you both are black men. I don't think most black men are asking for submissive women. I think what's happening here is when we get on these social media platforms, you have these loud red pill dudes who are loud and they have a large platform and they have a couple of followers. And we think that that's the majority of men and how the majority of black men think. When in actuality, that is not how the majority of black men think. The majority of black men in this country right now barely make more than a black woman. So how in the hell can a black man who makes a couple of $100 more than a black woman ask this woman to be submissive?
Because they use the past to say that black women, even back in the day, because black women have always worked, they were still submissive to their husbands. So they try to use the past of what was going on in the Jim Crow era to try to say even those women had it worse back then. So y'all should have no point of complaining today. Like, y'all can work, y'all have money now, y'all have freedom. They try to use the past to say that those women were still being submissive, even though a lot of them had no choice because of what was going on.
But in the past, the men were able to support their family financially tenfold. They were able to buy houses, buy cars, and all those things. Today, again, unless you make a substantial amount of money, you're not able to do that. So no black man in their right mind is asking their woman to be submissive to them on a financial basis when they know that it's going to take both of them to have income, to earn income in order to have a sustainable
They are
life.
still you think that this is a small minority of men? Have you seen the following of these loud voices and the collective hive mind mindset? Okay, and even in life, right? I've literally heard a dude bring up Kevin Samuels on a date. Like, I'm dead ass serious.
You heard one dude bring up Kevin Samuels.
I've heard many men talk about Kevin Samuels on my job site.
So let's say 20,000. Let's say 100,000.
Bro, most men want a submissive woman, a traditional wife. What I'm saying is, what you're asking for, the average man of what he's asking for, he doesn't even qualify. Most men don't. The men who asking for a traditional wife or a submissive woman, you don't qualify for it.
I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that. They don't qualify. They don't qualify. They know they don't qualify, and that's why I'm saying they don't ask for it, because it's impossible for them to sustain the lifestyle or the submissive wife, stay-at-home trad wife that we're talking about. They can't do it. They can't do it. So why are you asking? So you believe that men out here are asking for women to be submissive in a realm that they cannot even provide for them. So if I can't provide for my family,
yes, because I'm the man. Based on how we know men view, and we can stop playing the bullshit. I'm the man. I'm the provider. I'm the protector. What I say go, right? And even though you have to work just as much as me, you should be submissive. These men want a submissive woman. That's white men, black men, Hispanic, whatever man.
Well,
Most men want a submissive woman.
Let's tackle this submissive argument. What does submissive mean to you?
Following a man's lead at all times, never questioning his authority. Submissive, submitting, submission.
Do you think submitting is a bad thing?
Yes.
I don't know. This is my first time on this platform. This is my first time saying.
It depends on how you use it. I'll be honest. Let me be honest with it, right? I submit to my wife. Exactly. My wife submits to me. And I'm not using submission in a way as in I have final authority on the decision.
She probably would.
We have final authority on the decision, but you have the argument that what I say as the man, right? I have final authority. What I say go. Like, but if we're making a decision, I, as the man, we going this way. We could talk about the discussion later, but we are going this way because I am, quote unquote, the man. So whatever I say, go.
So submission is not necessarily a bad thing. Kind of like you alluded to, you submit to your wife, and your wife submits to you on different topics or discussions or whatever that may be. Just like in my marriage, I submit to my wife, and my wife submits to me on certain things. My wife is a lifelong educator. So when it comes to things about the children and what schools they're going to go to, who do you think is the submissive person in that? It's going to be me, right? She gets the final say, right? When it comes to other things, like maybe something like finances or something like that, she submits to me in that situation. So it's a give and take. I don't think necessarily. I think
it's not how most men are using it, and you know that. See that you know that.
So here's what I think. I think the majority of men, I do believe that the majority of men who are married have they have a compromising relationship with their spouse. What I'm saying is what we see the men who are what you are talking about are loud and proud and boastful about it, and we think that's the majority.
These are married men. A lot of these men that are talking in that space as well are married men. So if you
had to put a percentage on it, what percentage would you put of married men would act in the way that you think that you're talking about right now?
About 85% of married men agree with the nonsense.
Nah, I would disagree with that.
Okay, well, you would disagree. I don't.
Yeah.
I think most men have very high misogynist tendencies where they try to misuse scriptures from holy text, right? And apply it to the lifestyle and use it to say women should submit. I think that is most men.
Yeah,
and if you disagree, that's fine, but I think that's still most men.
Yeah, I disagree with that. I think that I don't think that most men in 2024. Now, if we were talking 1964, I would 100% agree with you.
I think it's worse today.
I think in 2024, the majority of men have shifted their mind things and the way that they operate their household, because we cannot operate like we did when our grandparents were doing the things, or our great grandparents. We cannot do it the same way.
What do you mean by operate the household? Because if that's the case, why haven't we changed the way we operate the household? Because when you start looking at divorce lawyers and marriage counselors, even the studies show that majority of women are taking over majority of the housework, right? That it's not equal. She's expected to take care of the kids, cook and clean, and have sex with the man like it's no tomorrow. But yet the man, go ahead.
No, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead, bro.
No, I was saying, so if we start looking into what's going on with the marriage counselors that's addressing these problems, who've come out to say what's actually going on, and the divorce lawyers, right? When you have these people saying that the woman is expected, or what's really going on is that, the man is going to work, but who's usually the one taking care of the kids? The woman. Who's usually the one cooking and cleaning? The woman. Who's usually the one doing a lot of the housework? The woman, right?
Mm-hmm.
Look at all she's taking on. Why haven't we changed our dynamics as men and women? Knowing dang well, if you got a 50-50 setup, why is she still expected to do all these things while you just go to work?
So I think you're misquoting a lot of the stats. So what we have seen coming from the older ages to now is that men are now doing a lot more of the housework. Men are now doing a lot more of the child.
I didn't say a lot more. I said doing more. I'm not speaking about doing a lot more. I'm saying as of right now, they still are doing majority.
Right, they are doing the majority. So again, so when we look at, so there is actually, it's funny that you speak of it, because when they do a study of this, they do a study in 3 categories. Outside work, which means like going out and earning a paycheck. Domestic labor, which is like work inside the house, and then childcare labor. And when you add all 3 of those things together, men are actually putting in more hours. Now, what happens is women put in more hours in the domestic labor and the childcare labor, right? But men put in substantially more hours in the workforce labor, right? And when it comes out and evens out, men are outdoing women probably about 3 to 4 hours per week, and as far as work is concerned. So what I'm saying is that you have to have someone who goes to work and gets money, right? And typically what happens is that men on average work about 50 to 60 hours a week, where the average woman works about 35 hours a week. Now, they do more work in the house and with children, but it takes all 3 of those things combined in order to make a successful household. But men are picking up more slack, not more than women, but more than what they used to do in the domestic and the child care labor. And women are now putting in more.
You got cut off on the last sentence. What was it?
I was saying that men are doing more work in the child and household domestic labor, not more than women, but now women are doing more work in the workforce era. So you kind of starting to see in this shift between men and women. So men are now putting in.
So in the average marriage, you're saying women work less hours than the man?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right.
It's not even close.
Okay.
So when I say, well, hold on, let me make myself clear. When I say work, we're talking about work outside of home, like going to work.
Hours working, like the average woman, like right. She's not working full time.
No. I'm not saying she's not working full time, because here in America, the full time is what, 35 hours? So yeah, she's working between 40? 32 to 35 hours.
40. Huh? 40.
Well, it's 40 hours a week. About 32 to 35.
It's 40 hours a week. 40 hours a week.
That's typically.
Okay, 35 to 40. Okay, cool.
Yeah, 35 to 40 hours is typically what you consider full time. So women are working 35 to 40 hours, but men on average are working closer to like 50 to 60 hours a week in work. So that's where you're seeing the difference. Now, this is not to put men against women. I think that it's going to take both men and women in order to have a general household. But what we like to do is we like to separate and say, well, you're doing more, and that is not going to be conducive to any relationship, right? We understand that the children got to get taken care of, the houses has to get cleaned, and somebody has to bring home the bacon. And what's typically what you see even in 2024 is that men are doing the majority bulk of bringing home the bacon, where the women are doing the majority work of taking care of the other households. Neither one is more important than the other. And I think what we typically do is we try to say this one is more important than the other, when you need all fucking 3 of them in order to have a conducive household and a conducive relationship.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Well,
but I think to say that men are a disappointment, I think that's a generalized statement, and I think it does more damage to men than we like.
Well, I don't. Should I care as a black man?
Yes, you should care.
Why should I care?
You should care because, one, as a black man, you understand.
No, I don't. Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. I don't care about hurting black men's feelings, because
no, I'm not talking about feelings.
Okay, yeah, no, I don't care about making generalizations about men. When I sat back and watched a whole bunch of men make generalizations about our group of women, and everybody sat on the sidelines and didn't say anything. and actually
Yeah.
agreed and made those men popular. So I actually don't care about flipping the script to say, okay, since since all y'all are putting this blame on women and following men and giving these men big platforms and never having the courage to check other men, which I thought it was a deal between your pants. Apparently not. Let's flip the script and talk about what we're doing bad.
You think two wrongs make a right?
I think there is evil on two sides, and when you put majority of it on one side, saying it's the woman's fault that things went to shit, it's the woman's fault that she fought for equal rights, it's the woman's fault she fucked up the economy, she got these education, you're coming out in debt, you're horrible mother. I think when you're saying stuff like that, yeah, I'm not coming in here to try to make things what right. I'm supposed to lead by example and
So
not saying anything.
My question my question to you would be then is what kind of spaces are you in, brother, where these men talk like that?
Oh, so wait. So see, Dave, who is Saul?
Who is Saul?
Yeah.
I know Saul. I've seen a couple of his.
All right. So me and Saul have an understanding. I'm just using an example. Do you not think that sometimes the prompts can be problematic in which they use?
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. That's all I need. Okay, Black Guru.
Yeah, I don't fuck with him.
Okay, so the point is, you know these men. Okay, Anton Daniels.
I'm not sure who that one, bro. I'm not sure who
the angry man.
Yeah, I don't know who Anton Daniels is. I never.
Oh, no, I'm saying the angry man.
The angry man.
Hmm. Stacey Prince.
I don't know who that one is.
Kevin Samuels.
I know Kevin Samuels. Yes.
All right. So I mean, the list goes on and on. The rabbit hole goes deep. You're saying I'm in those spaces. I call out those spaces, but in those spaces, no. I'm more. Y'all put me in the pander or simp space, even though I'm never really pandering or simping. I'm just calling out men for what they do, but it's never called pandering and simping when you're shitting on women. But it's only called pandering and simping when you're calling out what men do wrong, right? So I'm not in that space, but I am calling out a harmful, toxic men in our community. Right. Yes.
But I guess my question to you then is, brother, is do you think the Kevin Samuels and the Black Gurus and the Saul are the majority of the majority?
Yes. Lord have mercy. Yes. Whether you don't believe it or not, the fact that we had a lot of men, and men have said this before, right? That we didn't have a space and a voice to voice our opinions, right? Now we have a space and a voice, which is the internet, to voice our discerns and dislikings about women. And who is it and what age range are these women? Are these men? It is 50 it is 40-year-old to 50-year-old men. These are older men who came out speaking, and men are following those men actually come out to say, yes, we've always felt like this. We just didn't have a voice to say it. So yes, I believe this stuff goes deep. I believe that a lot of black men have always had a disdain for their group of women, regardless of the fact. Yes, I believe that it's a lot of men or majority of men who have always felt this way, but they just don't come out and say it. Just because they're not on a platform doesn't mean they don't agree with what they're saying. Because if that's the case, if a lot of black men didn't feel that way, then they wouldn't have a following. The fact that we sit by and let shit get said is a problem.
So a person,
and these dudes be having multiple they be having multiple platforms, circular.
Let's say Saul and Black Guru, whatever, and these guys. What is their following? How many followers does Saul?
Okay, well, Saul was just a tick. Now, I'm not even trying to talk bad about Saul. I just think his prompts can be problematic.
You saying a lot of men follow them.
Saul don't count. He don't have a big enough following. Stacey Prince has a big enough following. Black Guru is gaining attention on YouTube and TikTok. Also, Anton Daniels has over 800,000 subscribers. But twice his three platforms.
Anton Daniels. So Anton Daniels has 800,000 followers.
To a million.
I mean,
To a million. Almost a million on his 3 platforms.
Let's go with the high and say a million. Let's go with the high and say
Angry man as well. Angry man as well.
So if you took this, whoever this Anton, he has a million followers.
What about Kevin Samuels? Kevin Samuels?
How many black men? I mean, a lot of these guys probably share the same followers. So how many black men are there in America?
Millions. I don't know the exact number, but there's millions of black men. What are we talking about?
Okay. So let's say on
let's get to the direct number. Let's get the direct number. Let's see.
Yeah.
20 million. Oh, that's from 2021. Let's go with 20 million black men in the States right now.
Oh, right. So there's
in 2021. That number probably grew, but let's just go with that amount.
Let's go with 20 million. So we're gonna go with 20 million from 2021, and we're gonna go with the highest one that you said, which has a million followers. And we not
do fresh and fit count?
All these followers are probably not all black men.
Do fresh and fit?
Let's say there are 20. Let's say there are fresh and who?
Do they count? O'Shea Duke Jackson, does he count?
Fresh and
yeah,
sure.
I mean, this number is going to keep going up then.
Okay, cool. Pick whoever you want to and pick the highest number.
The highest number. It's a hard choice. That's a hard choice. But just rock with it. What were you going to ask? What were you going to say? I mean,
right. So the point of my thing is that so we can say, let's say we take the highest number and let's say it's 3 million. 3 million. They have 3 million followers. Whoever Fresh and Fit is, and whoever Daniels is.
Whoever Fresh and Fit. Come on. You really up here playing? So you know damn well you know who these people are, bro. Because I know that you know who they are.
I have no idea who Fresh and Fit is. I promise you, I don't know who Fresh and Fit is.
All right, that's a bet. That's a bet.
I don't know who Daniels is.
Okay.
But I do know who Saul is because I seen him on TikTok because I'm on TikTok, and I do know who Black Guru is, and I do know who Kevin Samuel is.
Okay. All right.
So let's say it's 3 million black. Let's say we can go all 3 million black men, and there's 20 million black men in America, right? What's the percentage of the black men population that they have? Just because it's by subscribers? Are we going to equate because of subscribers, right? That is not a lot of people following them. Most means more than 50%.
Yeah.
They don't even crack the top 5% of percentages of black men.
When you start combining, if you wanted to do subscriber numbers and started combining every black man in their following,
do you think if I take Black Guru, Kevin Samuels, Mr. Fit, and the Daniels guy, do you think they don't share the same subscribers?
I think they may share some, but I believe it's a whole. But I don't know. Like I cannot prove that they have the same followers or not, and you can't just make that assumption, right? It's certain people that have a message, and they may not just agree with his. Not like the platform because of the way he runs the platform. But it's another person who could probably say, something. And that person agree with it. You cannot make that assumption.
Here's the point I'm making, right?
Go ahead.
The point I'm trying to make is that even though they have a large subscribing of people, they don't have the majority or most of black men. No matter how you add the numbers, they don't have the majority or most black men following them. They have a small percentage of black men who believe the bullshit that they preach, and those are the ones who are loud. Those are the ones who go on social media and maybe they have large followings and spread the same red pill bullshit that they spread. Right. The majority of black men are not sitting up here talking down about black women. They're not. They may not be on platform. Okay, but then we can equate the black men. We can equate locker room talk. We can equate all these things that we have said about black women. Not me and you, or actually, I don't know you. I can't advocate for you, or just black men. We can equate all the conversations that's been held in the dark, right, amongst other men about how they feel about black. It just wasn't platform.
So that's, you can account that stuff too. Again, I believe that most black men don't like black. That's even a talking point too. Don't like black women. They just tolerate them. But you don't have to believe that. That's me. Barbershop talk, all of it. All of it.
So,
Especially even the
so
hmm?
how do you say they don't like? What conversations have you heard that makes it seem that they don't like?
Bet, I got you. Perfect example. About a week ago, there was a topic called Black Men Love Black. I got you. I got you. Wait. You said what type of conversation have I heard, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the type of conversation that I heard was this was going on last week and the week before. Black men love black women, but don't like black women. That was a prompt in the background. And not only that, it was shared collectively amongst a lot of black men in the social media space. And black men were telling black women, hey, you know, we love y'all, but we don't like the way y'all acting out here. Y'all are that's a generalization. Y'all are acting out here. You're masculine. You're loud. You're mean. You're toxic. You're coming out of college with debt. You make horrible mothers. And we as black men need to discuss these things so that way we can start to like y'all again. Why the fuck would you want to tell somebody you don't like for them to do better so that they can like you? Nigga, when you don't like something, just don't fuck with them no more. Divest and get on. Divest and move on. If you don't like black women, stop talking about them. Passport.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I am not
okay. So you said what type of
advocate? Yeah, I am not an advocate of black men putting down black women, especially on social media.
All right, cool. So the point is these conversations. What I'm trying to say, C. Dave, is that you keep asking me what conversation am I hearing? I'm hearing it all. I've heard it all. I'll give you a better example. I'll get. But hold on. This is the last thing I'm gonna say, and then this is the last thing I'm gonna say.
Okay.
I just want you to hear it. I just want you to hear it. Black women have done more harm to black men than any white man. Okay? She has done more harm to any black man than a white man. She's a tool for white supremacy. She looks to come into your life and use you and discard you. And then when she's done with you, she says, well, what about the kids? F them kids and F that woman too. Throw out the baby with the bathwater, get a whole new group of women and start the community over that way. Black women sold us out. Black women as a collective sold us out for welfare. Black women don't even care about life inside their womb. These are things that I've heard even in my personal life from black men that I work with saying this shit. And this was a married man saying it.
So a lot of things, I mean, you said a lot in the two scenarios that you give, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think a lot of black men are finally realizing, like, hey, you know what? When I look back at it, my mom was a problem. I hear that a lot. Right? You know what? My mom was a problem. I hear that, hey, when I went in relationships, and the thing is, it's proximity, because we know that 85% of black men are going to date a black woman. We know that, right? And I think a lot of times when black men profess the issues that they have with black women, a lot of people take that as an attack on all black women. When a lot of times black men are just saying, hey, look, these are issues that I have. No different than when black women say, hey, these are issues that I have with black men. There is nothing wrong with professing an issue about a topic, or an issue about how you've been made to feel, or an issue about how someone has treated you, and professing that to the public and saying, hey, look, out of all 8 of my relationships, I've only dated black women, and this is what I have experienced. We cannot invalidate that person's experience. We do know that there are issues on both sides of the coin. Black men absolutely need to do better. We absolutely need to do. However, that doesn't mean that black women are not are not culprits of some of the toxic behaviors that happens within the Black community. And until we are able to address that, hey, look, you need to be better and I need to be better, then we're going to keep running this whole circle marathon and no one is ever going to get fucking better because we're too busy blaming each other saying, you're the problem. No, you're the problem. We're both the problem.
Okay. All right. I hear you.
Let me ask you a question.
I hear you.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think that there is anything that Black women need to do in order to bridge the relationship with Black men?
No.
No, right. So do you think that Black women are in a place where they are at no fault at all?
No, I believe some Black women may be fault for their own relationships. Some have probably lost a good man because of something she did or something, but I don't know, maybe, I don't know. But as a whole, as an entity that they just need to, no, I don't see that. Right.
Okay. I think that's part of the issue because anytime that you
wait, time out. As a whole or as a entity, what do Black women need to do? What are we gonna say? Like Black women have bad attitudes? Like what are we going with?
So here's again. So this is what it's funny because me and my wife were talking about this the other day.
Mm-hmm.
So when it comes to when we're talking specifically about Black women, the number one thing that when you talk to Black men, when they talk about Black women is what? Hey, validate my feelings, right? So that means, hey, when I tell you that something is bothering you, or when I tell you that what you said to me or the way you talk to me or something makes me feel a certain way, validate that. Say, you can either say, hey,
why
what? Why validate that?
Why validate your feelings? Men, wait, Tom, I don't validate men's feelings because I thought we weren't supposed to get in our feelings. I thought we were logical, right? So if it's my feelings, how I feel about some, my feelings may not be rooted in truth and logic. So I could be thinking about this in the wrong different men. Men have who taught men that they shouldn't cry and all that stuff?
Men, absolutely, men, and we need to change that.
Okay.
So
I'm trying to listen. Go ahead. So
let me ask. You. You said that you were married. Am I correct?
Yes.
So if you told your wife, "Hey, the way you talk to me made me feel some type of way," and she said, "You don't feel that type of way. You bullshit. You a man. Suck it up." Is that cool?
No,
that's not cool, right? So the proper response to that would be more so like, "Hey, what is it that I said to you that made you feel that way?" Okay, you explain to her what it was. And then you say, and she says, you know what? I understand how you feel. I will try not to do that again. I will work on myself. That is validating your feelings. That is saying, hey, I understand what I said to you made you upset. So I'm no longer going to do that. That's all what validating something means. It's just saying, hey, recognize what I said caused an emotional reaction in me and understand that. That's all what that means. So what you hear a lot of times with Black men, what they say is that I don't feel safe in speaking or being transparent or being vulnerable with my woman because later on down the line, they will use that to weaponize against me. That's what you hear a lot of Black men say. And that all comes for validating of feelings.
Mm-hmm. So are you saying most Black women don't validate their man's feelings? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying.
Or you're saying that a lot
a lot of them do.
Okay, cool. So I got you. So
I don't think it's most.
Okay, cool. So I believe that majority of Black. So as a entity, I'm not saying that this is something that they need to correct. What I would say, which I know some people's not going to like it, is the same thing that we tell women: fucking choose better. Don't get with a woman like that. That was your fault. Why did you get with a woman that didn't validate your feelings? Right? Choose the right woman. That is how I would spin it. The same thing. If this woman gets with a toxic man and he's not nice, he's not being respectful, he's cheating. Hey, like ain't that what we say? Choose better. The same art. That's what I'm gonna say. Choose better every time.
But a lot of times, a lot of people who speak that choose better bullshit are men who don't have any emotional intelligence. Because if you think about it,
that's most men.
9 times out of 10, a lot of women actually do choose better. So let's break it down. So if a woman, her first person is a serial cheater, a serial abuser, a serial misogynistic, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the relationship. And then she leaves this guy. And then she goes to a guy who, let's say, he's not a misogynistic person, but he cheated on her once, right? Most people say, well, that's a better relationship, even though it's not a good relationship. She chose better. Would you agree? That's a better man
No.
than he had.
No.
No, that's not a better person.
Hell no.
Okay.
What we talking about?
But again, so a lot of, I think it's a better person.
Wow, wait, time out. Let me, because I may have misheard. She was with a misogynistic man at first, and he was very.
She's with a misogynistic serial cheater and a serial abuser.
Okay.
Right? Now she leaves this guy and she goes to this guy, and they've been together for a while, and he steps out one time, right? Even though he effed up, he is still better than the man that she had previously.
By the amount, so you're talking about compared to the amount of times that the last man cheated versus I still think that she chose bad again. And I don't think it's better. I don't think it's better. I'm not gonna call that better.
Right. She chose, well, you may not call it better, but she chose, I mean, she still chose bad, but a lot of people would say, hey, that's better than the guy that you had. Like, at least he's not physically abusing you at this point, right? So yeah, he stepped out on you once.
That is abuse, though.
It's a form of abuse.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So just because like, but that's what I'm saying. It's a form of abuse. It was all abuse. He still abused this man that she moved on to still abused her.
Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, maybe that's a bad. But the only thing I'm saying is that a lot of times, the only thing that I'm trying to say is that even a lot of times when we say choose better, a lot of times women actually do choose better, but the guy that they choose is still a shitty person, right? Even though they chose a better man, he's still a shitty person.
Then I wouldn't say. I understand what you're trying to say, C. Dave. I just wouldn't say that was a better.
What I'm trying to say is like, if you take a test, right, and you scored a 30 on that test, you failed that test, correct?
Yes.
But if you take another test and you score a 60, you still failed the fucking test, but you did better. Would you agree?
Yes.
So that's what I'm saying. So you can
still choose. I get what you're saying. I'm just not equating human beings to tests. If you go from one abuser to another abuser, right? I'm not going to blame the woman for getting abused. But what I'm saying is, for the sake of the argument, she didn't choose better.
Okay. Well, I guess we kind of disagree on that. I think.
But I understand your example. I understand your example. I'm not gonna say I'm not gonna be disingenuous. Saying I'm not understanding it. But
at least you understand.
Yeah, I understand. I just wouldn't call that better.
Okay, fair enough. That's not bad. But I think what do you think is abuse? Do you equate emotional?
I mean, you got spiritual abuse, you got emotional abuse, you got physical abuse, right? It's different layers of abuse. Verbal abuse. I mean, it's different layers of abuse. Abuse is abuse. Some people abuse people on accident, right? But with their mouth.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like well, actually, I ain't gonna hold you. Whatever you say out your mouth, that's what you meant. You can apologize later, but when you said it in that moment, you meant that shit. So if you and your girl get into an argument and you call her a bitch, you meant that shit because out of your mouth, the heart speaks. It came out of your heart. I stand firm and I believe that, even if it was an accident, or if your wife says something crazy to you, let's spin it that way. Like y'all get into an argument and she goes the low. That's why you shit the bed. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, bringing up.
Do you think all those forms of abuse have the same negative effects, or do you think one is worse than the other?
I think physical abuse will always be the worst one, but I want to say that they all are the same, sort of, because abuse is abuse. But physical, to cause bodily harm, that's me though. Everybody's not gonna agree with that. That's just me. That's my opinion. But what was the point of this question?
So the point I'm making is that when we look at abuse and all forms of it, both men and women commit abuse at the same rate, right? All things considered.
What study is that?
You can look at the CDC.
Okay. That men and women do the same amount of abuse to each other.
So let me make this perfectly clear. So when we're looking at the aggressor of who's abusing, both men and women are the aggressors in the physical relation as far as the physical nature at the same rate. Now, what typically happens is that men are more, how can I put this? They commit more damage. They're more violent with their abuse, right? But women slap more, right? Women slap more. Women push more. And typically women use psychological abuse more. Now, what men do is that men typically commit more violent acts more, meaning that they they unalive more, or they break bones more, or they cause more physical damage more. So, but when you look at it, when you look at who the aggressor is in their relationship, it is typically 50-50.
I'm not saying that. I'm at Partners Abuse State of Knowledge Project, domesticviolenceresearch.org. About 22% of individuals assaulted by a partner at least once in a lifetime, 23% for females and 19.3% for males.
You say what now?
Which gender is more likely to be abused? More women, 23% than men, 19%. I'll go deeper on that, but I don't believe that for one bit.
I know you don't believe it.
I don't believe that for one. I have to go look into that one because there's the same rate. So right, the same rate.
So 23%. What was that? 23% and 19%. What now? What was that?
Overall, 22. So 23% for females, 19.3% for men. For males.
So that's statistically. Most people would say that's statistically the same. Within 5%, it's statistically the same.
Charlie, you said I looked up the stat and doesn't believe it. It doesn't say that they equal the same rate when I just looked it up. So what are you talking about? How would I not believe something? Nigga, I literally just would prove right there that they did not equate, dummy.
You talking to me?
What are you talking about? I'm talking to the comment.
Oh, okay.
Okay, now what are you saying?
So within 5% percentage, typically most people would say that's statistically the same.
What's statistically insane?
If the abuse is within 5%, most people would say that's statistically the same.
Well, they were going by partners during their lifetime, right? But that's still a huge number. Like one out of four women being SA. Is that insane?
Right, you can't compare SA because SA is astronomically men. There's no debate there. But we're talking about this.
You say astronomically men do it more or do it, or what do you think? Okay.
Yes. When it comes to SA, men.
But I wasn't even comparing SA to that. I was saying like 1 out of 4 women are SA, but people still trying to say that that's not a lot, right? 5%, that's a huge increase because you have to think about how many women that is. And they were talking about in relationships. So it's like, what are we saying? That 5%, bro, that's a lot of, that's a big difference. In abuse?
Hold on. Here we go. So I'm gonna pull up the study. So this is a study from the PMC, it's a .gov site, right? Okay.
Oh, excuse me.
I'm pulling it up.
All right, y'all, give me a second. Well, not you, C-Dave. Hold on.
So it says when it talks about physical aggression and physical assault, when physical aggression is the subject, study consistently find that just as many women perpetuate this behavior as do men. Some studies actually find higher prevalence of women doing a physical aggression assault, which they consider pushing, which they consider to be pushing, slapping, and things of that.
And it was the CDC.gov.
Yeah. So it's
what's the name of the study?
If you just Google,
yes.
So the name of the study is a review of research of women use of violence with male intimate partners.
Of what?
A review of research on women's use of violence with male intimate partners. It's a CD. It's a. That's not CDC. This is a PMC PubMed.
A review of research on women's use of violence of what?
With male intimate partners.
Male intimate partners.
Are you saying that men?
And you said this was not a .gov?
It is a .gov.
Okay.
As aggressive as women?
Well, hold on, y'all. Hold on.
I'm sorry, man. What did you say?
Well, hold on. Time out.
I think that you're trying to tell people to study women's aggression versus men's aggression, right?
No.
He's trying to give me a study that I need to look into. I need to read this whole article.
So what I am saying is that when it comes to
what year? No. What year?
Wait, I think it's 2008, right?
I'm sorry.
No, that's me. I'm sorry. I asked the question. Is that 2008?
Hold on. Let me go back to it.
2008.
I'm looking because does it say by SC Swan 2008?
It's a 2010. Yeah, it's a 2010.
Okay, I don't have. Well, I have a 2008, but
I want you to host. Could you pull up SC Swan and controversy?
SC Swan Swan controversy. What happened? Oh Lord, controversy. What 2023 or 2022?
Just look at it. His research is biased. He also tried to dismiss DARVO, which is reactive abuse, which is when someone is abusing you and you finally react. That would be when women slap after someone has been harassing them. Also, if you look at the published articles after said article that rebutted said article, you would see that they came up with more in-depth understanding of what actually goes on in those type of situations.
Yeah, I think what sucks about talking to men about, abuse or anything of that is that you guys don't really understand what it entails, and you guys pull out some bullshit out your asses about whatever you're talking about right now. You guys are the bigger aggressors when it comes to women, and we're just supposed to take it. It's really weird.
So so like I said before, what men do is that they commit more of the more violent acts, right? There's no comparison there. So men typically will be more violent with their
Killmonger, sorry, not to interrupt, but Killmonger, your mod wants to come up real quick.
Every time I let her ass up, she gets knocked down.
However,
hold on, let him finish it. Let him finish his sentence. I know you're trying to do mod, dude. Let him finish his sentence real quick.
When we're talking about the initial confrontation, right? The initial confrontation, women are just as
violent
as men. They slap.
That's bullshit.
Hold on. Well, I mean,
1 second, ma'am. Hold on.
They hit, they slap, they spit, they throw hot grits. They do these things, and then what typically happens is then the man, a lot of times, when man will react, he will overreact and then commit a violent physical act. That is not.
They overreact first. They are mean first. I am a person that has dealt with physical, sexual abuse. The men always react first. I have been so docile and so.
Are we using anecdotals? Are we using anecdotals? Because your anecdotal doesn't matter. Your anecdotal does not represent the majority of women.
Sorry to tell you.
Wait, time out. We're not gonna do this today. Because if one person can't finish their sentence, without interruption, you ain't gonna be able to have a dialogue.
I wasn't even finished talking.
Yeah, let CM Hope, let him finish everything he's saying. Please mute up, Mama. Okay. Give him a chance to finish. Mute up. Okay. Mute up for me.
Sorry.
I'll mute. Go ahead.
No,
God dang
sorry.
it! How we supposed to combat, or not even combat, but like have any nuance if you can't finish the sentence? Because I don't even know what you're saying. I'm trying to understand.
So the premise of what I'm saying is that when we're looking at the aggressor, who is the initial aggressor in a physical abusive relationship, both men and women are equally aggressive. What happens is that men are typically, not even typically, majority of the times, the more they inflict more physical damage, if that makes sense, right? Whereas, for example, if a woman slaps me, we will all agree that that's a physical abuse. But then if I turn around and punch her and break her jaw, then we would say that is not equal or equivalent, or that shouldn't have caused that type of response. So that's what you typically see. So both men and women are both equally aggressive as far as physical violence, but the men typically commit or inflict more physical damage. That's what I'm saying.
KGR, SC Swan is Suzanne Swan, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just trying to. I'm still looking it up.
And then pull her up and look at her background and who she works for.
Okay.
So I want everybody to please tap the screen. First of all, please tap the screen, interact with the host and the panel. And I want to thank KGR for coming up here with me to help me assist, because the fact that C Dave is over here continuously lying to my host, I really am not liking this. But I'm sorry.
I love bro.
I love you, Shannon, but you my host and I love you. But what we not gonna do is have a grown man sitting here lying on a bunch of stats he barely could read on, and a bunch of lies he's sitting here trying to tell. Like, okay, he don't know barely damn near every woman that's either on this panel or in the comments actually knows what's really going on. But I'm gonna let him rock for a second and let him get his lies out as much as he can before I bring up receipts. And KGR, please bring up your receipts too, because that's one thing we're not about to do. We're not about to lie. We're not about to lie out here. I'm sorry.
Receipts on what? What are we talking?
Because for real, it's real sad. He's sitting here saying that he do not be around certain people, but then he be on their panels and in their comment section. He's saying he said he don't do nothing. He don't know nothing about Fresh and Fit. But then when Sean them bring them fools up, he the main one to be sitting there like, yeah, some of their stuff do be like, we're not about to do all that out here. It's too many lies going on. This the one thing I don't like with some of the men on this app. Some of the men on this app, when they come, and I told you this yesterday. Me and you had this conversation yesterday. When they come up here and they talk to you, they come up here and they talk to you 1 minute, but then they lie the next. I don't like it. That's not right. If you're going to keep it a buck, at least keep it a buck and keep it real. I don't know why they don't do that when they come up here. Like, if you know what you know, then it is what it is. You've been around when they say they rhetoric, you around it. If you know that they listen to the Fresh and Fit stuff and some of the stuff they be agreeing on, admit to it. Be grown. Like, don't sit here and be lying on it and then want to talk about them. No, I don't know what they're talking about. Don't do that. I tell you, they do that all the time. And I told you this yesterday. That is not fair for them to keep doing that. But then they want women to take accountability for everything. They can't even take accountability for the shit that they say out their mouth. Like, women do not watch them. Like, the women that they know do not watch them, and we not clocking. We're clocking everything you do, bro. It's not that hard to scroll past and see you on a panel with a bunch of grown men that we know are problematic, but that we know are problematic, and we're clocking you on their panels, sitting there agreeing with everything they say. Like, what are we doing here? Like, Jesus.
All right. Well, I don't exactly know what pen. All I seen him is on a few. I don't know where he be. I'm trying to give people
Yeah,
grace.
you don't see it, but we do. That's the whole point. We see him.
All right. Well, let's rock out. So I'm gonna let KGR because you trying to say, and I'm gonna come back up to Hope, and then I'm gonna get this other dude on here. That's
No, she's speaking truth. She's speaking truth. You guys are part of the problem. And it sucks that you're part of the problem, but you're trying to pretend that you're not. It is part of the problem. Women are just as culpable as men, and men are just as culpable as women. And what sucks is that you guys are sitting here, like, listening to whatever you're listening to, and it is what it is. Men are just as culpable as women, and women are just as culpable as men. And when it comes to pregnancy, when it comes to sex, when it comes to sexuality, we're all culpable. And it sucks that you guys are like labeling women as the problem. And we're the problem. And it's all on us. And it's all our fault. We open our legs, we give birth. It's all our fault. We allow men to enter us, and it's all our fault. And abortion is all our fault. And it's fucking stupid. Like, you guys, if you're going to follow the Republican men right now, then you're going to follow that the women are the problem and the Republican men are not.
Hey,
Wait, what?
Voting for the Republican men right now. You guys are voting for the Republican men right now. And it's sorry. And it's no, I'm not. I'm tired of.
Yes, honey, but this is not the conversation.
Yeah, this definitely ain't the conversation.
We're not talking about.
And I can understand you're upset because you heard it. But I did want to see, Dave, I know you read the first part of that study, because I'm guessing you don't have real access to PubMed. But if you continue to go down, they actually discuss that women are actually.
I can't hear anybody.
Okay, so you don't seem to understand that you have to read the entire study.
I can't hear anybody.
And the entire, no, you didn't, because you actually skipped over the part where
Wait, KJR, he's saying he can't hear anybody. He's saying he can't. I don't think he can hear us.
Can you hear us now?
See, Dave, can you press?
I don't know if y'all can hear me.
We can hear you, fam. Can you hear us? Oh God, let me try to drop this nigga and then bring him back up.
Yeah, so more lives can begin. KGR, go ahead.
Well, I mean, she was trying to ask him a question. Hello.
So he didn't. Can you hear me?
Okay, there you go.
All right. So KJR, go ahead.
So you didn't read the entire paper, did you? Because you picked out the one part that you liked, and you forgot to read all the way down, where they discuss reactive abuse, and that women really aren't the aggressors, and what can be taken as aggression is very, very subjective. A woman raising her voice is considered abusive. A woman yelling or saying, "Get away from me," or giving
y'all, I had to reset my internet. Like, I kept getting glitched. I pressed the reset button. I'm not even about to. I ain't gonna even hold you. We.
There he is. Can y'all hear everything now?
My bad. I'm back.
DJ, is it frozen now? Everybody's saying they can't hear you and everything, that it was frozen. Yeah, now they can. Okay.
They can't hear me.
No, they couldn't. At first, they couldn't
Oh.
hear nobody because the
Yeah. I had to reset my internet, bro. My fault.
Yeah, I figured that. So yeah, I figured that. So now that everybody can hear, yeah, see, Dave, you can go ahead back on your line, right? We're good. Go ahead.
No, so see, Dave, what I was asking you read part A of the abstract and you made an entire argument based on just part A, not understanding when you're going through studies. The A is just one point in the abstract of what's the assertion. You go down to B, C, D, and I believe it goes down to E on said study. It shows the multiple different reasons why some of this is not accurate. So this is why I have a problem, because you're taking just one part and you're utilizing that as a justification for everything and the basis for your entire argument, not having read the entire study. So what you're doing is what we call cliff noting it, but you didn't actually read it enough to actually understand what the study actually says. But that's cute.
Okay, cool. So when I was speaking, I said physical aggression, right? Is that what I said, right?
It says, oh, hold on. It even says, because Dr. Daphne, she actually
Okay, so when we're talking about physical aggression
or long-term aggression in comparison.
So again, when I said physical aggression, right? And in this study, it says when physical aggression is the subject of inquiry, study consistently finds that as many women perpetuating this behavior as do men. Some studies actually find a higher prevalence of physical aggression committed by women, right? So when I specifically said physical aggression, and in this study, it specifically says that not only do women commit the same amount of physical aggression, but they also perpetuate it in some studies at even a higher rate. Will you address that part?
My guy, okay. If the aggression causes no injury, if the aggression is not leaving any type of long-term harm, if the aggression can be, again, aggression is subjective. And if you actually read the full paper, what is viewed as aggression can just be yelling. So her yelling, oh, women are far more, or even more aggressive than men, yelling.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you're trying to equate to men literally unaliving women.
No, that's not what I'm trying to equate. See, this is what you call, this is a gaslighting tactic. This is a manipulation tactic. I never said that the physical, and first of all, we're talking about physical aggression. Yelling is not physical aggression. Physical aggression means that I have to physically assault you, that I have to physically put my hands on you, that I have to physically be aggressive. So I'm sorry, physical aggression does not constitute to yelling. And in this,
I am so glad that you are not making stuff.
Can I finish? So again, physical aggression means assault. It means that someone put their hands on someone else. You cannot be physically aggressive to someone by yelling at them.
All right, so let me ask a question. Are we gonna ever get back? Cause we can keep talking about abuse all day. Like, are we gonna keep talking about abuse, or are we gonna get back to the actual topic? Because we got other people up here.
Yeah, we can get back to the actual
such
topic.
As these. I pulled up the article. I'll read the article. I appreciate people when they bring it. I'm gonna read the article, right? I haven't got to that point. I'm listening to what both of y'all are saying, and we'll try to sort through that information. See, Dave, I'm gonna let G speak in a second, but see, Dave, did you have any other disagreements that you're trying to get me to understand?
I mean, yeah, I have some other disagreements, but I'll let the other guys go.
Okay, I want to see what this G's got. You said, what do I? You said a comment. You asked me, what do I count as a disappointment?
Yeah, I was. Yeah, what was your preliminaries to defining disappointment?
Well, are we speaking? If we're speaking about men in general, most people are broke, right? People, men and women. That's fine. So a lot of broke men are asking for things in women that they do not qualify for, right? So if you're not secure as a man financially, but then you're expecting a woman to, I don't freaking know, be submissive, be your wife, cook and clean and all these things, but you can barely provide for yourself, that's a disappointment. If you're online all day talking bad about women as a group of men, that is a disappointment. If you're blaming women for everything in life, even the economy, right? That's a disappointment. The way in which you conduct yourself online and outside on a daily basis, it's a disappointment. And what we're seeing in a lot of men, right? The aggression, femicide is a disappointment. Now, again, I'll be fair. Majority of men have not committed femicide. Cool. But femicide, the fact they've had to change the homicide to femicide to create a term for women, that's a disappointment, right? As 1 out of 4, if we go to the black community, 1 out of 4 women, or well, not even just black women, but 1 out of 4 women in general are SA'd. That's a disappointment. That's a disappointment. The fact that we don't really have a lot of black leaders, that's a disappointment. Men who left the household and not taking care of their kids, that's a disappointment.
Yeah.
You won't have no quarrel with me on that. Then I do think I'm not a part of the whole. I was talking to a young lady in the comments, like the Fresh and Fit podcast. I've never listened to that a day in my life. I think that is some of the corniest shit in the world. I didn't know that they had this large following. That like young men were actually gravitating towards this and buying into this and actually thinking that these are like. I mean, they are realistic, but they're not something that's it's an anomaly. Speaking from a place when I was in a old relationship when I was younger, me and this young lady, we were physically abusive. And the first couple of times, she always initiated it. And as a man, I was like, I've never seen my father put his hands on my mother. I've never seen my mother put her hands on my father either. But I know as a man, I couldn't, conduct myself like that. And it got to a point to where the slaps turned into punches. And, eventually, as a person, I kind of got tired of it. And I returned favor on that. And I, even speaking from a place where that's happened to me, the shit that is happening to women is some of the sickest shit I could have ever thought would happen to us as a society. And men, especially black men, yeah, we do got to do better, man. We got to start protecting these black women. We got to start. I don't know if it started at home, man. If these young cats just don't respect their moms or didn't see good examples from their moms or something, but I mean, I can't blame that on them because you can form your own opinion based outside of your personal experience with women. Not every woman is the same. But yeah, man, I guess we would have no quarrels and disappointments on that. Yeah, I think I think we're in a terrible place right now.
Before you even continue, brother, first of all, I just want to say, man, I'm sorry that you experienced that. Like, right? I don't think no woman should be putting hands on man. I don't think no man should be putting hands on woman, and I don't think no hand should be getting put hands on children. And I believe you. I'm not going to invalidate and say that this wasn't happening because you came up here and actually said we were abusive, right? Most men don't do that, right? So even though she started it, you hit back and you said you admitted the truth. So I believe you, and I'm sorry that happened to you. And I hope that you're in a better place now. And I hope you never go through that. So, yeah. See, Dave, You said that we were going to invalidate his story. Why would I do that?
No, hold on a minute. Before you even let CJ say something, I think we might want to clock something. He got the levels of audacity to think that we was going to do that to G's, but I think he might want to recheck himself and hold himself accountable, because that's what he did about not too long ago with CMR when she was trying to quote her anecdotal experience, and he said for us not to talk about that. So I'm wondering how you. So again, like I said, Shannon, this is what I was talking about to you yesterday. See what I mean? I swear to God, I could tell a joke. I could tell some bull. You and I both know I could do a lot of things, but a lie ain't never won. A lie is never won. You just I swear the levels of audacity.
I'm not going to invalidate the man's story. Because he even said, even through all that, we got to do better as men. So see, I don't know why you thought that I was going to do that, or why you thought we was going to do that.
So typically, what happens is when men bring up existence or being having experience with abuse, a lot of people invalidate what they're saying. Now, again,
but why did you think that was going to happen over here?
Oh, the temperature of the room. This is typically what happens. Y'all surprise me. I ain't gonna lie. Y'all surprise me. So I give you kudos for that. But typically what happens if a man tells, and we see this all the time, this is why men don't report, because the invalidation that goes along with it. But typically
from other men.
Go ahead.
From other men.
And again, the fact that he's still not trying to hold himself accountable for what he did to CMR earlier, again, proves the point. Again, just proved the point. He still ain't saying nothing about what he just did to CMR when she was talking about her anecdotal experience about her abuse. But he's worrying about another man's abuse. Man, let me shut up.
No, I was just pointing this out. Geez, it sucks that you went through that. And I don't believe anyone should be in relationships in which it's toxic. That's disgusting, and I'm sorry. But I will say this. Men tend to be the ones who clown other men. The reason men have such a hard time coming forward about things like SA and, great things like that, and even, physical abuse, is because other men invalidate their experiences. I've been on a lot of panels. And hold on.
Hey, y'all, you losing a little bit of signal.
Can y'all hear me now? It's so annoying.
It's getting better, but you're losing a little bit.
I know. It's so annoying.
It's good. It's good now.
There I am. Yeah. No, they're putting up data centers in where I live. So they're like effing up everybody's Wi-Fi, and it's annoying. Anyway. But women, anytime we're on a panel and a man talks about being harmed, it's something like that, you don't hear the women clowning him. We're saying, we're so sorry that happened to you. Do you have resources? Do you know who to speak to? We do that. Men tend to not listen to other men about very toxic experiences. If a man comes up and says, oh, well, my babysitter, she, essayed me. Oh, I wish that was me. That's invalidating their experience. Making a joke out of adult women taking advantage of children, that is invalidating someone's experience. So I don't want to hear you say, oh, well, they're just going to. No, men do that because so many women have gone through those type of situations. We don't do that. We listen.
Okay.
Again, KG, are we still going to speed past the fact that, again, he just sat here and said that we was going to do something that he had already did to CMR. That's what I'm wondering. Why are we skipping past that part? Geez, I am sorry that you went through that. And CMR, I am so sorry also that you went through that. But again, I'm going to say, I like the fact that we're still skipping past the part that what he tried to make seem we were going to do, he did to CMR. That's the part I'm not going to let pass.
So let me, CMR has been trying to talk, and we're going to let her talk, and then we're going to get back to the prompt, see if there's any agreements or disagreements. So CMR, go ahead. Try to stay on topic, but go ahead.
Okay. I've just been through a lot of these topics, a lot of these people, you're not the first group of people that I've tried to talk to about what happened. I think it sucks talking about it because it's embarrassing. Like my own family member raped me.
Stop. 1 second. 1 second. First of all, we on this side, I'm not worried about the F1. We on this side, I don't know about any other side of TikTok. I don't care about any other side of TikTok or YouTube. We on this side protect women's personal stories because I understand what goes on with them when you get to sharing your experiences. People will weaponize it and be like they're lying. I'm not trying to do that. So I will let you explain your story. Only if you are perfectly comfortable with explaining your story. Otherwise, ma'am, keep that to yourself because we are on YouTube as well. People are listening. If you need a place to cry and grieve, I got you. If you need to release, I got you, but only if you are comfortable, because I understand how people can be on the internet and they will be like, she's lying. Do not believe these women. And if you can't handle that, if you don't want that, ma'am, please, with all respect, be quiet.
He got a point there.
You can unmute your mic.
She dropped.
She dropped. Listen. Hold on.
I'll respond to the bullshit.
Hold on. One second. See that no. You about to speak in a sec. So for all those, she left. She didn't have to leave. I don't trust people. I've had a woman come up here and cry before. I've cried with her. Niggas took that and be like, you always believe in these women. Yeah. I know women that went through that. I don't want to have nobody had a story ran on the internet by toxic women or toxic men, however you want to spin it, saying, yeah. So you know what? I wasn't trying to invalidate her. I wasn't trying to stop her. I wasn't trying to silence her. That's not what I was doing. But again, this ain't safe. So if you're comfortable doing that over here, I was trying to protect her. Now, see Dave, go ahead.
Yeah. So the only thing I said was that, are we using anecdotal stories? That's not an attempt to invalidate anybody. So this is
okay.
Go ahead. Let me know when you're done. Go ahead.
I didn't talk. I didn't speak.
No, someone else come out.
Okay. Nobody else. Cut them off. And nobody else come off. Go ahead.
Cool. So yeah. So saying, hey, if we're gonna use anecdotal experiences, also using anecdotal experiences. But typically, what happens in these conversations, people don't like to use anecdotal experiences because it's anecdotal. So it was not an attempt to invalidate, even though that's a manipulation tactic that she is trying to use. Further and foremost,
the main don't.
I'm not. I'm behaving myself. I'm good.
Go ahead. No, see that. Go ahead. I'm trying to make sure nobody interrupts you. So keep.
No, I wasn't gonna do it. I'm not saying a word.
Right. So again, so when we're talking about the source that I have given you, Killmonger, no one has addressed the source that I said, or the information that I have presented to you guys, where it clearly says that when it talks about physical aggression, not yelling, but physical aggression, that women and men committed at the same rate. Right. And when they talk about physical aggression, it's talking about slapping, it's talking about pushing, it's talking about punching, it's talking about all of those things. that men and women committed at the same rate. Now, of course, everybody wants to gloss over that and want to scroll down to whatever part that they want to do, but no one wants to address that part. And my question is, why? Why is it that it is so hard for people, and particularly in this case, women, to accept accountability that you guys are abusive, right? And that the fact that men don't call the police on you, if men call the police on you as much as you did, you guys will be in jail just as much as men. The fact that we are sitting here arguing about this issue is ridiculous because we know that women slap. We know that women spit. We know that women hit. And we know that men do not call police on them. So address that issue. Talk to your girlfriends and tell them to stop doing that. Talk to them. And we will, and then as men, we will talk to the men and saying, hey, you stop hitting as well. But talk to your motherfucking girlfriends and tell them to stop hitting, stop slapping, stop spitting, and stop doing tearing up their cars and all that other stuff, breaking shit. And we'll talk to the men. You do your part, we do our part. And once everybody does their part, we'll all be good.
So I got one question about this article. Does the first article say this article? Does the first paragraph start with this article provides a review of research literature on women who use violence with intimate partners? The abstract. Is this how this article starts off? Because you said 2010. That's why I haven't said nothing. You said 2010. On my screen, it says 2008.
So it says, so 2008 is when the article was written, and 2010 is when it was reviewed.
Okay, all right, cool. So it does start with this abstract paragraph right here, right?
It says, so the abstract paragraph, this article provides a review research literature on women who use violence with intimate partners. That's the first sentence.
Cool. So I'm saving this in my bookmark. I'm gonna have to read all this information. I'm gonna read everything, bookmark it, and then we can revisit it. However, it seems like you have someone up here who has read the article. But are you saying that she's not addressing the problem?
No, what she's doing is she's devaluing the parts that she doesn't want to hear, and she's focusing on the parts that she wants to highlight. She's clearly saying, because it clearly says, and I'll read it again for the fourth time. Women perpetuating just as much or more physical violence as their partners. It clearly says that in this article. So address that and stop trying to cherry pick on the parts that you want people to hear. Address the part that says that women perpetuate just as much, if not more, physical violence on their partner. Address that part.
Okay, hold on a minute, KGR. KGR, hold on 1 second. First of all, tap the screen. Second of all, I just want to clear something up because what he's not about to do is, again, lie on both me and KGR. So question one, to every person that has been on this and who has been in the comments right now, has KGR not addressed exactly what he was talking about when it came down to the full story when she first got on this panel? Please put a 1 up for I'm telling the truth and put up a 2 for I'm not telling the truth. Please do that now. Again, I will ask the question: has KGR not didn't KGR address what he has been saying on this panel? And look at all the ones saying that she has. Number two, wait, Shannon. Number 2, have I not been clocking him when he said what he said about CMR and her situation about her being anecdotal? Put 1 for yeah and 2 for no. When he said what he said about it, was I lying about that? Because again, what he's not going to do is lie on this panel from me nor KGR. We're not about to do this lie here. So again, sir, why? So if you want us to address your stuff, which already has been addressing, what you need to do is stop lying on women for no reason when we have addressed it. Are we invalidating what you have said? No. Yes, there are some women that do stuff, but it's not in a lot. We're talking about the majority. You're bringing up a small amount to the majority, and the majority is men. That's where you're getting your screws loose at. Now, KGR, you go ahead and please combat what he just said. Thank you.
Well, let's see.
So even though this is not the topic, because I love how you're constantly, instead of addressing the issue of men being a disappointment, you immediately pivot and talk about, well, women are abusers, instead of actually reading the full effing article. Again, when you just read an abstract, you're not reading the full article. The full article discusses reactive abuse. That's when women are responding in defense. And it is considered abuse because they're physically being aggressive. But that's cute. I love how you're like literally not reading any of it. You're taking, again, you just basically projected onto me what you've done. But when it comes to men being disappointments, I was planning on coming up to discuss, one, the low literacy rate. The fact that men, on average, read at about like, what, a fourth, fifth grade level on average. That's across the board. This is my overall issue. That is disappointing. Men being the higher percentage of needs, which is not in employment or education or trade. So they're just sitting at home. We have to address the fact that men are the majority of family annihilators. We have to address the fact that men commit the most SA. Men commit the most violence in general, worldwide. Men consistently perpetuate harm. We don't need you all to talk to men to say, oh, hey guys, chill on just hitting women. What we need you all to do is say, hey men, just stop being harmful. Read a flipping book in its entirety, not just the back of it where it gives you a baseline of what the story's about, but reading the entire story. Actually taking the time to be something other than a dude on the internet who talks shit about women. Well, how about this? This is going to be the most amazing thing. How about hugging one another? How about viewing women as whole human beings and people instead of viewing us as objects? That would be beneficial. Stop viewing children as being assets instead of whole human beings with their own autonomy. How about doing better? That's all we're saying. That's why you're disappointing. Because you continuously sit around and you're trying to pivot this whole shit to, well, women do this. It's not about women. Because if we're looking at women on the grand scale, women are doing pretty well. Women have taken our 50 years of freedom since we got the right to, have bank accounts and get mortgages and shit. And we've actually done well. We're more represented in higher education. Women are moving up in most fields to being, in the C-suite. And we're doing better at it. So I'm trying to understand, C. Dave, what women have to do with men being a disappointment. I'm gonna land there.
I want to know too. Can you answer that?
So again, she's spitting a bunch of lies. She doesn't know what she's talking about. So she said that women have a higher literacy rate than men. That's false. So when we look at the United States of America, or you can look at globally, it doesn't matter which one you look at. In the United States of America, women age 15 or older had a 74% in 2022 literacy rate, where compared to men had 90%. So you're lying there. You're a liar. And when you talk about men,
you just say worldwide or in the country?
I said in the country of the United States. And I'm being clear, so you can quote me, you can record it, and just make sure I'm clear. In the United States, ages 15 or older, girls or women, whatever you want to call them, had a 74% literacy rate in 2022, compared to 90% of men who had a literacy rate in that same year. You're lying. You're a liar.
No.
You make up shit
Thank you. Go to the big screen, Shemay.
You make up stuff. We can go to the big screen. Let's go to the big screen. Cool. I'll pull up my big screen as well.
Now, what that say, KGR?
And women are generally more likely to read books than men. That's one. Women are more likely to read books in general and are more likely to read print books. In 2021, 78% of female respondents in the survey said they had read or listened to at least one book in the previous year, compared to 73% of men. Now let's go to literacy. Here, type in, sir, I'm going to laugh at you when I make fun of you. Type in reading comprehension of men on average in the United States.
Shannon, I can't put your big screen back up. You're going to have to do it for me, babe, because I can't do it.
Well, let's see. Let me see what that. Hold on. I'm trying.
You can put it on the screen if you want to.
Yeah, I'm looking. 2022, women age 15 or older stood. Go over a little bit to the left. At 84% in 2022, compared to 90% for men of the same. Scoot over a little bit. The same. Okay, well, that was it. Ages 15 older. Okay.
Okay,
hold on. What did KGR? You said reading comprehension of men in the United States.
If you look at his screen, right, notice how that says 2022. But if you look at mine, that was the entire overview from anywhere from 2016 to then some. But okay.
Okay.
So again, it's easily Googleable. Like.
Which is why was
No. Pull that back up. Can you put that back on the big screen really quickly?
We can call for filth what she's talking about.
Okay, sir. Sir, that's not in the United States.
What is that then?
Statista, that's worldwide.
Okay, worldwide. So you want to look at the United States? Not a problem. It's probably going to...
Yeah, so let's talk about why that would be the case worldwide.
And mind you, the one I just pulled up is from the United States, but thank you. But okay.
Yeah, no, that's my problem. He tried to use a worldwide stat where in a lot of countries, developing countries specifically, girls aren't allowed to go to school.
So this is the United States.
Mm-hmm.
You see, it took me 4 seconds to find that. In the United States.
Oh, be still, I can't look. Literacy rate. Men have a slightly higher literacy rate in the United States. Literacy rate, men 90, women 82.7.
But make sure you get this part in the United States.
In the United States.
Okay, can you go say show more? Click that show more.
You want to show more? No problem. It's
No. Okay, this is what you do.
Why
Here.
are you with
pull it over.
Okay, there you go. I haven't read this yet, but go ahead, read it.
The gender gap is more pronounced in less developed countries, where women are expected to prioritize. Sir, you're still not really understanding.
What? No. You said the literacy
Sir,
rate.
oh my God. Oh my God. You guys are seeing this, right? And this is in real time, right?
You can't read. The literacy rate is the percentage of people aged 15 or older who can read, write with understanding. The gender gap in literacy rate is more pronounced in less developed countries, where women are often expected to prioritize household and childhood responsibilities over education. In more developed nations where gender gap equality is more prevalent, the gender gap literacy rate are narrower. But again, individuals, let's see.
You're still proving her point, though.
Males of the age group exhibit a literacy rate of 90%, with females closely trailing at 82%. I mean, like, what more do you want?
Again, you just proved her point, so thank you.
It literally says men have a slightly higher literacy rate than women in the United States. She just sit up here and lied in 4K and said that women have a. Did you say? Oh, okay. Let me ask you this.
Sir, when we're talking
no. Let me ask you a question.
Sir,
Did you say?
go ahead.
Let me ask you a question, KGR. Did you say that women in the United States have a higher literacy rate than men?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Show me.
I need you to do
Just show
something.
me.
and
Just show me where I can find
comprehension
that.
skills.
I just did the overview, just did back
Just show me
that's the
where-
whole funny part.
Because I'm showing you in 4K where it says that you're a liar. You want to read it again here? I'll put it closer for you. Men have a slightly higher literacy rate than women in the United States. I'm going to read it again. Men have a slightly higher literacy rate than women in the United States. Do you want to read it again?
And look at my screen saying who has the most highest reading rate. It's the same thing. Literacy is still saying reading. And look what it says, love.
What does literacy mean? What is literacy?
Lord help us. Okay, bro.
No,
Never mind.
no, tell me what literacy.
KJR, never mind.
You're not going to win this battle. What does literacy mean?
Brother, don't you think?
Oh, brother, tell me what.
What did you? I just told you, literacy is still the same thing as reading, bro. It's still the same thing.
Literacy does not mean just reading. What
Yes,
does
literacy does mean reading and comprehension, beloved. What are you doing?
Google what literacy means.
Are you okay? Why are you still trying to make it look? You know what?
I'm just asking.
It's sad that you really thought you was trying to have this one, but you still don't. Literacy still does mean reading and comprehension, beloved. It does. It's part of it. That's why I said again.
So just because you guys are more likely to read books doesn't mean that you're more literate.
Again, that's what literacy means. Jesus help us. Never mind. Okay, sir. Okay,
no problem. I will educate you. Don't worry. This is an education session.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I'm letting y'all rock out for a minute because I'm trying to see how this is gonna go because I'm trying to see what's about to happen.
So literacy does not only encompass reading. It also encompasses writing. It also encompasses understanding. So you can be able to read, but you don't know what the fuck you're reading. You can't comprehend it, right? I'm not saying you specifically, but this is what I'm saying. In order to be literate, it means that you can read, write, and comprehend what it is you're reading. Have you ever had a child who can read words on a page, right? But when you ask them, what does that mean? They cannot tell you, right? That means that at that point in time, they are not illiterate because they can't comprehend. But at the point when they can read it, write it, and comprehend it, that means that they are literate. So
that's what I just said.
Because that's what you just said. You didn't say anything. So can you?
I said literacy means reading, writing, and comprehension. I said that the whole
maybe
time.
I didn't hear you.
And you're still trying to, and you did the same thing with KGR and her points. And again, you still hit our points nail on the head. And then all of a sudden, and look, even the women in the comments is still saying, yes, she did say that. So again, you're trying real. This is why I said, this is exactly why I said when we have these conversations with men, they love so bad to try to make women feel inferior to them that they keep forgetting that they ends up making the same points that we've already just made without us doing any kind of muscle whatsoever. But then let them tell it. Our literacy and comprehension skills are just messed up. And mind you, the definition of literacy is still right here on my on the big screen right here. So I mean, Dad, Dad, if you wanted to make me look bad so hard, all you had to do was just say that. Just say, me want woman to be stupid. You could have just told me that. That's all you had to do. Sandy, you can get me off the big screen now.
Well, if you said that, then I apologize. I didn't hear you. But again, can you address the fact? Did you see where it said who had the highest literacy rate? Can you just tell me that? Hello? Can you hear me? You can't hear now.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty much okay. We can go back to the topic now. I'm pretty much okay now. We can go back on the topic. So, Shannon, the topic is men are disappointment.
No problem. KGR, Who, according to my screen, who had the highest literacy rate in the United States?
Oh, hold on, because honey, I don't think you're smart enough to understand this. Oh yeah, so study 2019-2020 published in the Journal of English Language and Literature Teaching also shows girls outperforming boys in reading comprehension. That's currently. When, yeah, it's interesting question, garnered a lot of debate.
Reading comprehension is 1/3 of what they compensate.
Actually, that's the most important part of reading.
It could be the most important part, but it's 1/3 of what they do to comprehend. Listen what I'm saying. Reading is 1/3 of what they use to say what someone is literate. Because I can read something, but if I don't understand it and I don't
reading comprehension.
Okay, what I just said. It's all part of literacy.
All right. So I'm
looking. So I'm still trying to understand.
I have looked at several articles, and not a single one of them says that women are more literate than men. Not a single one of them. Every single one of them. I'll give you two. This one is worldpopulationreview.com. Not a single one of them says that women are more literate than men. So here's what I ask you, KGR. Can you please provide me the source that says that women are more literate than men? Provide me the source.
So we're gonna be stuck on literacy.
No, we're not about to be stuck on that. We're about to change the subject.
Don't say that.
This is the point.
What do you mean? Say what? Say what?
I know both of them is tired of his ass. So can I tap in here for a second?
Thank you, I'm no expert. Hi, Booby.
Hey, baby, how you doing? Hey, KG. So, sir, clearly, not only do men not have reading comprehension skills, we have seen time and time again on these panels where you fail miserably to have listening comprehension skills. Because just as I was scrolling by, I personally heard Charmaine say about the reading and the comprehension 3 times while you were reading.
Which is part of what I'm no expert, which is part of what literacy,
which
right?
is part of literacy.
Thank
Reading, writing, and comprehension go hand in hand. You may be able to read the words on a page, but if you do not understand what the fuck you are reading, sir, you are still not literate. And if you can write the words that are on the page, but you can't write them legibly, that is still a part of literacy. Men, we know, by and large, have the most deplorable handwriting skills of anyone on the planet. We also know that boys, especially boys, have the lowest, and not just boys, but men, have the lowest reading comprehension skills of all. They've already determined that most of you read at a 5th to 6th, maybe pushing 7th grade level for reading comprehension. So if I can read the word cat, bat, ball, and dog, does not mean that I can understand the word comprehension. Does not mean I understand the word ascertain. Does not mean that I understand the word supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, or that I can write that shit. So while you may be able to read, they read at a low level of comprehension.
What did that dude go? I invited him up.
Hey, so again, so the woman who was just talking.
So Brookings did a whole study on this, and they stated that
You gotta show the screen, KG.
Oh, sorry, hold on. So
what did it do with that? All right, though.
Again, while she's pulling that up, to add to it, most of the studies that you were citing were also encompassing not just the data for the American stats, but also worldwide. And even in America, we still have whole religious groups that do not allow their girls to read or go to school. You go to the Mormons, a lot of them do not allow girls to go to school. You go to what is it? Certain types Latter-day Saints and stuff like that. Certain types of religions. Even in the what is it? Amish community, they don't allow girls to go to school or read a lot of the times. So comprehension and reading skill levels may be low, but that is based on religious beliefs which men control in order to keep women down. So if and or when there is a probability of men having a higher literacy rate, it is because of those things, not because girls do not comprehend or understand. Even in other countries, girls are fighting constantly for the right to go to school, and they prioritize boys over the girls to go to school and go to college, or what they call uni or university. They will pay for a boy to go to school over a girl.
That's fine. So again, can you read that part for me? Can you read?
Again, my ass, sir.
Can you read that part? I
can't explain it no deeper than what I just did. Again, you are not listening to comprehend.
I'm not asking
you. You are listening to respond. And on top of that, you're not even listening while I'm speaking. You're still looking shit up to try and prove your ill-gotten point.
Well, all right. So hold on.
Which again proves you have no comprehension of literacy whatsoever.
All right. Time out. Hold on. See, yes, you are. Hold on. So one second. All right. Put your phone straight, fam. Men have a slightly higher literacy rate than women. All right. KJR, please put up your site again.
In the United States.
In the United States. My bad.
We're talking about the whole country. Okay. We're talking about the United States.
Cool. KJR, can you please pull up what you had? If you got time, I will put you on the big screen. Okay, let's do some comparatives. All right. And what source is this? I couldn't see the website.
The American Psychological Association, and then I have Brookings. That's the one I just put up. We have the national assessment, and this is for Queensland. This is going all over to show the difference. All over the world, American girls read and write better than boys. That's from the APA. Let me pull up the Brookings study again.
Okay.
The gender gap in reading. Okay. Here we go. This week's release, this is just from 2015 because they started noticing girls, boys, and readings, examines the gender gap in reading. Girls consistently outscore boys on reading assessments, which means they may be able to read words just like he said, but their comprehension skills are quite low. Again, the APA. This one is great. As early as the 4th grade, girls perform better than boys on standardized tests in reading and writing. And as they get older, that achievement gap widens even more. So yes, because of sexism and because of certain groups not allowing girls to go to school as much, yes, you might have a higher rate overall because it said 15 and up. It went from 15 to what? Your study, it said the ages of 15 to what? But when we're looking at that group, if we start breaking it down even further, older women are more likely to have been in the group that had less literacy because of less access to education. Now, if we went to just straight 15 to 30, you will find that women actually are far more literate than men. Because again, I love how this dude does not seem to understand that what I said is men are a disappointment right now. And instead of focusing on men being the disappointment, he immediately has to pivot for how some reason it's women's fault. And somehow women are worse.
What are you reading?
Are you done? Okay, so it says.
Time out. We got you say your source. I mean, you say this real quick, and then I'm gonna let Q. Brother, I can't pronounce your name. I'm just calling you Junior for the sake of. I'll ask you your name in a minute. But go ahead. Q-Cifer. All right. Cool. Go ahead, brother.
Okay, so I pulled up another source. This is nces.ed.gov. The average literacy rate among U.S. adults was 272. 272. Men's average score was 272, which was not measurable, and women's average score was 271. Right? Men's numeracy scores were higher than women's in each age group.
Can you go
And
over
educational attainment level.
the year of this?
I'm looking. Oh, what was the year of yours?
Mine's from 2019.
So this is 2018. So they're right around the same time. Okay. So if you look at ages 16 to 24, men outperform women. 25 to 34, men outperform women. 35 to 44, men outperform women. 45 to 54 years of age, men outperform women. 55 to 65, men outperform women. In less than high school, men outperform women. High school education, men outperform women. Post-secondary degree, men
Can
outperform
you
women.
please go back up to the top so we can actually see the name of the article?
Sure, not a problem. There you go. The U.S.
Keep going
Department
over.
of
Keep going.
Education.
Go over. Go
Go
over.
over wherever you want me to go. I will go, ma'am. So in every instance, men outperform women.
What does that
in
say? Literacy.
Literacy and numeracy. So math and
US
reading.
and math.
So you can't utilize. Oh my God, you are proving our point. You are literally fucking.
Every
I'm not seeing a damn thing, bro.
Listen,
Nothing. We can't even. We're not even
every
seeing
time
nothing.
I
Proving
prove
our
you
point.
wrong.
Literacy and numeracy means reading and math skills.
Every time I prove you
Together.
wrong, you guys have.
It's not specifically
If you read
reading.
it all the way, it doesn't say like what gender is dominant as far as
It
surpassing.
clearly says what gender is dominant. It clearly says what gender is dominant.
Yo,
Oh, okay,
every
you
time
show
you say
that.
that
You
you
show
proving
that.
us right, and you're still trying to make us look wrong. Oh my God, it's like 1,000 of us to one, bro. Like, damn. We got to
Hey,
this
Shannon.
one and let it go.
Let me show you how he's proving our point. He can't even read the title on the screen and comprehend it.
Okay.
Literacy and numeracy means two things: reading and math simultaneously. You idiot!
Yo, Shannon,
What
the
does
fact
that
that he trying so damn bad.
What does that say?
Literacy and numeracy are
What does
two
that say?
things.
They separate the two. So they
Dude.
separate literacy. They separate
Dude.
literacy. No, listen, dude. They separate literacy. And even if you're talking about literacy, see right here, okay, if you go-
And numeracy.
no, this says
What is numeracy?
No,
What is
listen,
numeracy?
listen.
Answer me. Answer me. What is numeracy?
Wait, time out.
Can you please see Dave look up numeracy?
Wait, time out. Wait.
Hey, you guys read this part. What does that say?
Let me put you back on the
Okay,
screen.
only
Let me
talking
put you
about
back on the screen.
it says literacy scores for men and women. Literacy and men outperform
No,
women.
did you not? No, sir. It said no. It
Oh
says
my
we're not measurably different. You're an idiot.
Exactly. He's not reading the second
Which
half
one
of
is higher?
that
Which one is
statement. Go
higher?
back up. Go back up.
I know.
I'm looking at the word numeracy, higher numeracy.
Which one is higher?
Go back up. You're not
You want me to go
scrolling.
back up? I go back up.
No, baby boy.
Wait,
What you
time out.
are
I'm trying to.
doing is you are scrolling right past the blue part that I'm reading right now.
Which person want to go to? I go wherever you
It's
want.
right
You
there.
keep scrolling past that real fast.
No, wait, time out. Literacy scores for men and women were not
But
measurably
it says
different,
scores
but
for
men
men.
had higher numeracy scores than
Thank
women.
you. Thank you. That's what he kept trying for us not to see. That's why he kept scrolling past it so goddamn fast. But I'm real quick, sir.
Okay, so read
You
that
don't get
part.
nothing past a bitch like me.
Right,
I feel you, but
so read that part.
I'm no
I
expert.
don't even have my glasses on and I can see
Time
that.
out.
Read that part. Read that part for me.
Men's
Since you
literacy
can read,
scores.
read that
Because
part.
it's not even measurable. It is so.
Read
It's not.
That
Do you not
part.
understand what measurability
read
is?
that
Dumb ass.
part.
You're a
Read that part.
When
So
they
again,
say it's not even measurable,
Oh my
it's
God.
literally only 1 point higher.
Oh my
One
God.
point. So you're pointing at the 272 and the 271. That's why it said
Which one
it's
is
not
higher?
even measurable. The
It's
only part that
272.
that was measurably higher for men was the numeracy, and the numeracy means men getting
Yeah,
married.
that's what
We're
numeracy
smarter
means.
in reading and we're smarter in math.
It doesn't say that you're smarter in math. It just
One
says you're smarter in
stinking
math.
point.
So we're smarter in reading and we're smarter
No,
in
you're not.
You're not smarter in reading. You're just smarter in math, which I hardly okay.
and we're smarter in math. Like, how about this?
But it said not met.
Find me
Okay.
find me a source that says that you are at least 1% higher than men in reading. Find me
It's not 1%. You don't even
We're
understand.
reading it on your fucking page, dude. It says
Find me one.
272 and 271.
Find me
I'm
one.
looking at it.
How about this? Find me one that says women are 272.
Wait, time out. Wait, time out. Because I'm over here dying in tears. But can we let Cucifer? You've been trying to say something. What were you trying to say? You said what
Well,
point is somebody getting at?
Go ahead, host. I'm sorry.
No, you had said something about what point is someone getting at, or like what were you asking? What were you trying to get off your get off?
Listen, see, the thing is, right? I don't know what this, and I don't want to go against the algorithm. Some of y'all women on here, y'all are married,
Oh,
y'all are in stable homes, y'all are in good financial situations. The fact that we gotta compete with men and women, I understand where the women is coming from, and I kind of understand where the men is coming from, because we got a little ego competition within ourselves too, right? But with that being said, and I'm gonna give a little personal feedback, I get all my wisdom from women. At the end of the day, I don't trust nobody, but I get all my wisdom from women at the end of the day, right? So with that being said, when you look up certain statistics like far as literacy, when I look up to the statistics of who are got better literacy, outcomes as far as men and women, it shows men at 90%. But when you look at the women, they're outranking us in far more, educational statistics. Like they're outranking us in that. I don't know if it's because the lack of motivation that we put into far as learning and reading ourselves, bro. But my thing is, why are we going against each other as far as when it comes to gender roles, bro? That's where I'm getting at. Like,
Nobody's talking about gender roles.
but that's what it is. Like, what y'all doing? Y'all comparing it too.
Wait, what? What are you talking? Wait, what? Hey, time out. Pause.
Gender roles is you.
Pause. So wait. In the words of niggerdom, what the hell are you talking about? What are you talking? What are you talking? What are you talking about? Nobody ever brought up gender roles. Nothing. Nowhere.
From what I see, it seems like men and women are comparing each other who are far more smarter when it comes to education and economics. Is that correct or not?
Well, we're kind of having a discussion on literacy right now. But that's not a gender role.
So does that have something to do with far as education? Who is far more smarter when it comes to
it could lean into who's more educated in literacy? Yes. Who's better in literacy? Yes, but that has nothing to do with a gender role.
My question is, right, what is the point of that?
Because they brought it up. We're trying to dissect
the prompt.
because wait, KGR brought up, when we talk about men or disappointment, she brought up the fact that men read at only a freaking 5th grade level. That's a disappointment, right? That's a disappointment. And then it got flipped to Dave saying that, well, men are still more literate than women. So then we got to, that is a lie. So again, it all comes together. We're having a conversation.
Let's be clear. Even with that small aspect, how bad is men failing in this society when it comes to that? Like it says most men are disappointment. Like how bad is we?
Well, I mean, failing in society. Okay, so again, I say men are failing across the board, like financial. Well, they put it like this: majority of American is broke. Women, men, cool. So if you want to talk about failing financially, the average man is broke. That's black men too, whatever color man. The average black man is not higher, seeking higher education. They may be getting trades though, right? I don't want to not take that away from you, but they may be getting trades. But a lot of them are still broke.
No, they're not.
They're
No,
still
they're not.
broke. They're still broke. The average man is broke. KGR said no, they're not, right? I'm trying to cut you some slack. She not gonna do that. So here's the thing. The average man is broke. So you're not leading financially. Then I'm talking about our circular conversations. So people like to say that these talking points that we're using online is not in real life. The men who are speaking online are usually speaking for the collective of men, how they feel, because you can see within their following. Most men do not, it's my opinion now, it's my opinion, do not like women. They just tolerate them. And now that they have a space to come out and say how much they don't like women, that is what they're doing. And I've heard this stuff in my real life. Oh, black women are mean, loud, toxic, right? Men who sit around on panels, men who sit around on panels all day talking bad about women, men who are so sex-centered, right, are a disappointment. Men who abandon their fucking kids are a disappointment. Men who can't provide financially, provide for themselves, financially, are a disappointment, right? So I'm explaining the stuff that we do as men and why they are disappointing. Men are a disappointment. The fact that we have femicide is a disappointment. All of these things are a disappointment. Now you can have your belief and say that it's not most men who are a disappointment. That's fine. We can talk about it. We can dissect it. That's what me and C. Dave did. Whatever. I just think most men, in regards, are a disappointment even to themselves, because the average man not even happy within his own life. He's a disappointment to himself. So would I be wrong?
I ask this question? Do you think certain statistics is be lying about when it comes to men and women in certain other categories?
I think some people, yes, because some of them can be self-reported studies with bias.
And the reason why I say that, because I'm in a poverty-stricken proximity, right? I see more BOK women taking care of BOK men. And when I get on, like, in KGR, she been on.
That's a common thing.
That's a disappointment.
That's a disappointment.
Right. Yeah, I'm not agreeing. No, hold on. Don't laugh.
I'm laughing at what you're saying. I'm laughing at what you're saying. I'm not disagreeing. I'm laughing at what you, because it's funny. It is funny, you know. And honestly, I'm not, I'm gonna be a little mean right now. Women who take it, if a nigga trying to be a kept man and a woman decides to have a kept man, I think that's a pathetic woman. Don't do that. Get better.
Same
in that regard. Don't let no man leech off of y'all. Haven't y'all had enough of that shit?
Right.
In my regards, I'm not saying all women are doing. I'm just saying for the ones that are doing that, like, don't let a nigga be a kept man. That's no, right? But manipulation happens.
That's what's making them weak anyway. A woman keeping them.
But I'm not trying to. But
the funny part about it is that when you provide factual statistics that a lot of these women on here don't even accept.
Hey, host, can you put on the big screen real quick?
They find any and every reason to go against whatever it is that you're saying, instead of saying, you know what?
You're not reading the shit in its entirety. Dimwit.
Wait, let me ask a question. Let's test the theory. Let's test the theory.
I'll be a dimwit.
We're not. Wait, time out. Let's test the theory.
I'll be a dimwit with the stats.
But time out. Let's just test it. Hey, I'm no expert. Shemaine and KGR. Are there some abusive women out there in this world?
Yeah, of course.
Absolutely.
Are the majority of women abusive?
No.
I believe that. I don't believe the majority. Even I don't believe the majority of
women. Okay, so cool. Are the majority of men abusive?
Yep.
Yes.
All right. I actually don't have a problem with them.
So even if you look at the stats, it says that about 28% of men are abusive, right? 20, which is a large number, but that's still not the majority. It would need to be 51% of men have to be abusive in order for it to be the majority. And
the criminal data statistics on that prove you wrong.
What from the statistics data?
The criminal data statistics for the last 10 to 15, 20 years prove you wrong.
No problem. What is this? What is the criminal data statistics over the last 15
years? Off top of my head.
How the hell are you going to say that that's what it proves when you don't even know what it is?
Baby, Let's just be so effing for real. If we know the majority of crime is not being committed by women, then who doing it?
Imagine me saying,
It don't take a rocket scientist to figure that shit out.
Imagine me saying, I know that men commit the most crimes, but I don't know the stats. Like motherfuckers would be like, I will call you for filth. That doesn't make sense. How can you make a statement when you don't even know the fucking stats?
I just said I didn't know it off the top of my head. I have it in my phone somewhere.
You don't know it off the top of your head. You don't know it at all.
Ninja, it's 1:42 a.m. where I am. I'm tired. My brain ain't pulling that kind of data out of the top of my head right now.
I don't care if it's 3:42 in the morning. You don't know the stats.
Do you know it? Do you know it?
Do I know what?
Right off rip. Without looking it up, do you know the data statistic on that?
Yes.
You a damn lie.
I know. So here, I'll tell you, 1% of men commit 63% of violent crimes, right? 1% of men commit 63% of violent crimes. Now, when you look at it even deeper, right? 10% of men commit over 95% of crimes. So what does that tell you? That means the same fucking men are committing the crime. So that when you look at a man and he's beating or he's committed a violent crime, he has committed 6, 7, 8, 9 violent crimes.
And I have asked this question. Do me this
let me finish. I don't
hold on a minute because I have a question. Hold on, Charmaine. You want him to finish? I want to hear this lie in its entirety. All right, go ahead. You can go back, CJ, because I want to hear this lie. I was trying to stop the lie, but go ahead. Go ahead. Finish your lie.
See that? You got to unmute your mic. Go ahead. Y'all don't interrupt them no more. Let them.
Okay. What I was saying is that 1% of men commit 63% of violent crimes. And we can up that up to 10% of men commit over 95% of crimes. So what does that mean? That means that the same fucking men are committing multiple violent crimes. That's why you will see a man who has 6, 7, 8, 9 domestic violence charges, robbery charges, assault charges, or anything that is considered violent. Those same men are committing the majority of crimes. So let me break it down to Barneystown for you guys. It means that if one man, he goes and robs 7 banks or 7 convenience stores, right? They will count that as 7 banks as being robbed as violent crimes. But it's one man committing the same fucking crime.
I don't mean to cut you off. Where are you getting this facts from?
Easy, bro. Like you gotta do your studies, bro. Like here it is. Okay,
hold on. Even with that question that you asked, because when I look it up, it say men commit the majority of violent crimes in the United States, with male sex being the most significant.
All right. So what he's doing is saying that men in general commit more crimes than women. But when you start breaking it down of how many men are doing, he's saying that he's coming to the conclusion based on the numbers that it's only 1% of men when it's broken down in its totality that's committing all these crimes.
Right. So what I'm saying is that what you have is when we compute stats, we would say, hey, this bank was robbed by a man. This second bank was robbed by a man. This third bank was robbed by a man, all the way up to number 10. And what we would do is say, out of these 10 banks that were robbed by a man, 9 of them were robbed by the same man, right? So the stats will say that, hey, 90% of banks are robbed by men. But what the stats won't say is that the same man robbed 9 banks. That if that makes sense.
I'm sorry, you don't know math. You're not good at math.
So
this is why I'm going to tell you that you're stupid.
Right.
Look at the stats right here.
And I think
so with 40 million women, that's 40 million women reported being slapped, punched, pushed, shoved, whatever. Okay, that's domestic violence. Okay,
which is a violent crime.
Yeah, which is a violent crime. So what you're stating is that one dude had to have smacked and abused, I'm guessing, what, 862,000 women to make your numbers actually compute? Sir, you are what is wrong with, I'm effing up George Bush tonight, y'all. Because this is what happens when children weren't left behind. Because the numbers don't support what you're saying. While one person can commit, 7 bank robberies, the act of assault, especially intimate partner assault, usually requires, especially physical violence, majority of the time it's committed by someone you know. It is not a stranger who's attacking you. So when we're talking about physical assaults, attacks, things like that, it is not one man going out and beating up 864,000 women, sir. It is
Categorize stuff.
multiple
They
men.
categorize stuff in such a way where it doesn't seem like the same thing. So what they're categorizing as violent crime might mean like murder or, chopping off somebody's limbs or whatever like that. But DV is still a violent crime. So you have to add those two together in order to get the same thing. And it ain't 1% of those men committing DV. SA is a violent crime, but they categorize it separately. All of those things are violent crimes, but they categorize them separately so that you don't see that there is a larger proportion that is happening. DV, SA, and child SA, and trafficking, and all of those things are still violent crimes. But
sir, I need you to click on that article. Click on it now.
Okay, so just before I click on it.
No. Click on
No.
Click on the article.
No, I agree. Click on the.
I'm about to click on the article.
Wait, talking about y'all. So it's too many voices talking at one time. So like, if
I have no problem clicking on the article, but I want you guys to read what that says for me.
We want you to click on the whole article.
the 1% of the population accountable for 63%, I cannot see the other side of it.
Right. So here he goes. So that's the article.
That's not the article. You need to go down to what
This is the article. I just clicked on it. This is
That's the headline. We see abstract and we see purpose. Click on the whole article, beloved.
1%.
On the whole, scroll down the whole article, beloved.
This is the article. 1% of the population is accountable for 63% of all violent crimes.
Convictions.
So I'm going to scroll down. Right. What do you want me to stop at?
May I ask a question?
What is the question?
So, see, Dave, when you type that in, how did you type that in?
Go back up to that. Go back up above that conclusion.
Because I literally just typed in what you typed in, and it's showing me different numbers, very big different numbers.
But notice where the conclusion is on the bottom of that study he just put. He showed the headliner, but not the full article. And look at the
I'm showing you the article. I'm showing you the article.
Go back to the top.
Here it goes. The conclusion. The majority of violent crimes are perpetuated by a small number of persistent violent offenders, typically males, categorized by early onset of violent criminal substance abuse, personality disorders, and non-violent criminality. So again, it's saying
disorders. That's not.
I'm going to.
You didn't. That's not the article, dumbass. You read.
This is the article. This is the
because that is just an abstract, sir. You actually have to click the whole damn thing to see the article. Do you really think that articles are that small?
Go to the
Do you really think articles are that small?
I will click whatever you want me to click. What do you want me to click?
Told you he only giving us half truths out here.
What do you want me to click?
What is going on?
Your arrow, backspace on your arrow.
Backspace my arrow. Gonna go back to the Google.
And let me point out.
Stay right there. Stay right there. Why you moving it?
Go ahead.
Time out. I'm trying to see the actual article, bro. I'm trying to see the actual article.
He keeps sliding back and forth so we can see.
No, because
Pucifer got the same thing, bro. Like
I'm trying to go wherever you guys want me to go. What do you want me to click?
And may I point out something, Shan? What he's doing is not reading the full words in the article. Convictions. And he's only reading the headliners. That's what I said. Way more. Hold on, Shamaine. There are way more violent crimes than people that actually get convicted of them, sir.
So who does the most non-reporting of violent crimes, men or women?
Which source did you click on before you went to that page?
I don't want to touch anything. I clicked on the first one, the one that's highlighted in
I just clicked on the same one, and it's not.
What was the question?
So the question was, who is the one that does the least amount of reporting of violent crimes, men or women? Men or okay, right, outside of children. I'll give you children.
No,
but I'm talking about men or women.
Children cannot report being essayed or raped or a lesson.
Okay, we agree on children. I'm not arguing with the children, but my problem is between men and women, adult men and women, who is least likely to report a crime of violence being perpetuated against them?
I think that would be the men, right? Is that what you're saying?
It would be women, actually. It would actually be women.
Actually be women?
Get the fuck out.
Yeah, no, seriously, here's why. Men are more like to report violence about other men. They're less likely. Now, when it comes to women, the reason women don't come forward is because men don't believe them. The fact that this is what I'm trying to say is that 1% of the population is responsible for all of the crime. I need you to think about that.
The question was very simple. But I'll make it even simpler for you so you can comprehend. Between adult men and adult women, who is less likely to report physical abuse?
I said personally, I cannot answer that one. I do not know.
Okay,
because
cool.
I can accept that. Then how would I know?
I can accept that. Does anybody else want to answer that question?
If it goes unreported, how would I know? So I can't answer.
I can accept that.
That's catch-22.
You said that 4 times. I can accept that. Anybody else?
He's right though. That's why nobody is.
Let's go for the sake of the conversation, men. Let's just say we'll go for the sake of conversation. I'm trying to understand. So you say let's say men.
So anyway, to answer your question, since you don't know, men are more likely to not report abuse than women, and the number is so far.
Time out, brother. Time out. 1 second. I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Ja Elliott says this study was based on Swedish population. I have to go see that. Please wait. Time out.
Swedish population, but it's a .gov site.
Please don't. Don't gaslight or put misinformation in the comments. I'm gonna go check this out.
How is this a Swedish population?
I'm about to go. I'm about to go look it up. Fam.
It's PubMed. Again, I'm going to have to explain this to you Niglodons very hard. PubMed is not the source, you moron.
Okay.
It is basically it's where people put all their articles. It's basically a composition. It's no different than when you go onto different websites that have journalistic articles. PubMed isn't the source. No, I have no problem with PubMed, sir. You just don't seem to understand that PubMed isn't the source.
You don't like PubMed.
No.
Wait, time out. I want you to click. I want you to click back on that link because I want to see if it's actually goddamn Swedish population. That's funny.
If I could add to what he said, when I clicked on the source, bro, it's not looking good. It clearly states that men were the most violent men on that source that you told me to click the first source. Like, it's not looking good for us right now. That's all I'm gonna say.
Nigga, listen, Nigga, even though I know some of y'all niggas is soft, you can't be soft when KG's around. Nigga has to get put on a shirt. Nigga has to get put on a shirt. Never.
Mo Better
came out with that one.
Mo. Oh, that's funny. All right. Anywho.
You remember?
Right.
You know who Mo Better?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, because she helped that other Miss Better get out that crazy situation when she was on my live. She actually helped that girl move away from an abusive situation. I know Mo Better. Mo Better cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the point that I'm making is that here's the point that I make, and y'all can clock it whatever you want to. It is a small percentage of men that are committing the majority of violent crimes. So, for example, you can have
what foreign country?
This is the United States.
That's all I want to know.
Read that paragraph right there. The results.
results. Okay, total. Okay, a total
Read
number.
the whole paragraph.
All right, good. You gotta let him read it. Let him read it. Let him read it.
Y'all want me to read it?
Yeah, read the whole paragraph.
A total of 93,642 individuals had at least one violent conviction. The distribution of conviction was highly skewed. 24,342 persistent violent offenders, 1% of the total population, accounted for 63.2% of all convictions. Persistent in violence was associated with the male sex, personality disorder, violent crime convictions before the age of 19, drug-related, hold on, let me finish, drug-related offenses, nonviolent criminality, substance use disorder, and major mental disorder. So
they talk about before the age of 19, they already committed those crimes at 60-something%. That's not good.
Right.
This is what he's not understanding.
I'm not saying that is good.
This is what he's not
What
saying.
I'm saying is that
Listen, C-Dave. Listen,
before the age
not
of
understanding.
19.
There's too many voices talking at once. It is too many voices.
committing
Wait, come on.
crimes,
We gotta
bro.
get some decorum.
This is the problem.
Hold on, extra. Hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Too many. When somebody gonna have to do the, just be the bigger person sometimes and just shut up. You know what I'm saying? It's too many voices talking at one time. No expert, go ahead. Cucifer, get your words in. C. Dave has to finish.
Okay. So what he's not understanding, and again, it goes back to comprehension. What you're not understanding when you're reading that, because you're trying to read it to prove your point, but you're wrong. When you're reading that, it said that 93,000 something crimes were committed. But the only ones you're focusing on are the convictions. The 24,000 something or another is one of the 1%, and it's before the age of 19. You're not reading it in its entirety. So 93,000 crimes were committed, but only 24 something thousand got convictions. Which goes back to the literacy problem, Exhibit A. So you're just reading the numbers to be reading the numbers, but not reading the words connected to the numbers, sir. Reading is fundamental.
Again,
I'm done.
this is the part he didn't understand the conviction. So all violent crimes committed in the United States, less than 23% ever see a conviction. Less than 23%. So what you're doing is not understanding how that works. Again, if one man was committing all that crimes, that would mean one man, like if we're going by just 1%, each man would have to take on about 800,000 bodies, my guy. 800,000. How many dudes have the time to fly around to beat up 800,000 people, to harm 800,000 people, to pokey 800,000 people? Like, that's a lot of work.
I'm wondering how they doing that. Yo, for real, I'm wondering how they doing that simultaneously. That's what I want to know. So I need y'all to tap the screen and please put some hand claps up for Exhibit A here for trying this hard. But this
hold on. Now, Cucifer, ask your question, but then let's see Dave finish his point or finish getting what he's trying to say. But what were you trying to say, brother? You got to unmute your mic.
Even with that, like, it's showing like these young men are committing crimes before the age of 19. I understand where she's coming from. But when you go down and read these articles, it only talks about the men mental health. It just keeps talking about the criminality. It's saying nothing but the aggressive behaviors, constantly being identified as the best predator of these new crimes, and it's only talking about men. So even if you go down, it's like we committing most of the crimes. Even with the statistics, right? We are committing the crimes the most. I mean,
no one.
All right, so
arguing that. My argument is not that men are not committing the overwhelming majority of crimes.
Your argument is that out of all out of all these crimes, it's only 1% of men in
Exactly.
totality. So it could be 300,000. It could be 300,000 men that's doing the crimes, but that's just 1% of the male population. That's what that is. What you're saying.
So if you have in America, you have what is it, 350 million people, right? Which means that a half of that is 150 million men, right? That means about 1.5 million men, which is still a lot, right? 1.5 million men are committing the violent crimes, and they are committing multiple violent crimes. The other fucking 149 million men are not committing violent crimes. Again, 1%, here it is, 1% is responsible for a significant portion, around 63% of all violent crimes committed.
And my question is, right, if you was to flip that question around and you put women, it's still going to say men making majority of the violent crimes.
Thank you. Again, my argument. There is no argument. There is no argument for me.
Put women where you got no. Put in that search bar and put women. It's still going to say men is committing majority of the violent crimes.
I agree. My argument is not that women commit more violent crimes than men. That's not my argument. My argument is that it is a small percentage of men. 1% of men is committing 63%. Let me ask you this.
Oh my God! Wait, time out. Bro, I've heard this, but listen, I've heard this. But time out, I heard this before, and I understand. I understand what the hell he's trying. He's trying to say something. He's trying to say basically, if there's 20 million black men, right, and 1 million, and the crime statistics came out.
Oh God.
And you know, based on the crimes, even if it's 300,000, that's still a small percentage of men. I get what he's saying. I just don't believe. I'm not going just by. I'm not. That's why when I say most men are abusive, I'm not going by. I'm not going by just what's convicted.
So again,
hold on, C. Dave. Right. I'm going to keep driving home this point that his argument is flawed because of the fact that the 1% that he is talking about is not the percentage of men committing the crimes. The 1% that he is talking about is the 1% that is getting convicted of the crimes. So your argument, no matter how many times you read it, no matter how many times you say it, no matter how many ways you try to spin it, is flawed if you are leaving out the word convictions.
So let me.
That's why when you ask, time out. That's why. Hold on. That's why when you ask me, do I believe most men are abusive? I said yes. Right? There's levels of abuse.
Can I ask the panel this then? Right. So you're talking about convictions, right? Which is the stat that is a known number. That's what we know, right? So you want to dispute what
and what you're reading and reading.
Oh my God. I can't even talk.
Oh my God. Too.
Wait,
You say you're reading it wrong.
Hold on. Wait. What are you asking, C-Day? What are you asking?
So what I'm asking is that she wants to argue against the known stat and competed against the unknown stat of the people who we don't know who have been convicted. So let me actually.
You haven't been convicted, but I'm just going to point this out.
Oh my!
In 2022, there were 3,511,080. That's how 3,511,080 violent crimes. That's in the year 2022. Now, of those violent crimes, they were only able to convict less than, I think they said 3% of the, people who did it. Now, that's the conviction rate, which means it's still a very small percentage actually were convicted.
And I'm telling myself in 2022, I was in college. I ain't even gonna lie to you.
Don't tell on yourself. Don't tell yourself.
This is not that time.
No, we're not doing it.
Shut up.
Don't tell on yourself.
Or we're dropping you.
I'm too low.
Don't do that.
Okay, so again, if there were 3.5, let's just keep it as straight 3.5 million violent crimes. However, only around 100,000 people went to jail for it. Of that 100,000, it was like 92,000 would be men who went to jail for these violent crimes. How can 92,000 people commit roughly 3.2 million violent crimes? And those are not differential between, oh, well, one person had 5 different. No, that is 1.456. It was 1,749,000 male victims and 1,762,000 female victims. These are all separate victims. So these are
Exactly.
all
So
separate
what they're
victims.
saying is that a lot of these cases never see the inside of a court.
Yeah. So, sir, I'm still trying to understand. So you expect us to believe 3.5 million violent crimes were committed by roughly 92,000 people. How would that be divided up? Let's even round it up to 100,000. How many people would they have to harm for that to work out?
Exactly. So please stop reading that statistic and boring us with it, because you're only focusing on the ones that get convictions. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Hold on. Explain. Hold on.
Attention is off.
Hold on. Let me explain it.
It's 2:00 in the morning. I'm going to bed. Y'all can argue with it for the rest of the morning. All y'all want.
Yeah, please go to bed. We're trying to hear you. So again, when we're talking about 1%, I don't care about what you're gonna do. So we're talking about 1% commit 63%. 63%, right? So again, when you talk about your totality of however many convictions, you're talking about 100%. Again, 1%.
Dumbass. Those are just the crimes.
KGR, let the stupidity.
Let me know when you're done. Let me know when I can talk. Go ahead.
You can talk.
I'm the mod. I'm trying to tell her to let you speak, but okay. Stupidity.
No. Go ahead, C-Day. Go ahead. Y'all don't interrupt. I'm gonna mute mine.
So again, when we're talking about 1%, you're talking about the totality of the convictions in the United States, right? The stat says that 1% of the population commits 63% of the crime. That doesn't mean 100%. That means 63%. So you take that 100% and you divide it in a third, right? So again, so that 900,000 then turns into what? 600,000. So then, how is it that 1% of the population can commit 600,000 other crimes? I can tell you how. 100,000 1% of the population is what? 3.2 million people can commit those amount of crimes. They only have to commit one. Half of them don't have to commit any. But again, what you see is that when you look at people who commit violent crimes, they typically have 5, 6, 7 violent criminal offenses that they have committed. And that's how you can get 1% of the population committing 63% of the violent crimes. It is on every statistical data, the CDC, the FBI, the table 43 on the FBI thing. Every single one of them supports this. Like, how can you not get this? And then when you raise it up to 10% of the population commits about 95% of all violent crimes. 10% commits 95% of all violent crimes. So that means the other 90% of the American population, men, don't commit any violent crimes. But you guys want to say that.
Can you show us that stat? Can you show us where you got that stat?
You muted your mic, bro.
Shannon, how you feeling? Mute your mic, Shannon.
Well, I'm listening. I'm over here listening. You know what I'm saying? I'm really listening. I'm listening. I don't have a problem.
I know you don't have a problem, but
I mean, he was talking. Did somebody mute his mic?
No, I didn't mute him. I was trying to make sure you was good.
I'm listening to the information. Like I'm listening to the information. He's saying do comparative studies from the FBI, the CIA, all Basically a rap sheet. It's a rap, right?
Which one do you want to see? You want to see the 1%?
It's not me. It's not me. I'm not arguing with you.
Okay, I'm talking to whoever was arguing with me. I don't even know who it is. Which study do you want to see?
Not him not knowing who it is. You know what, KGR?
I'm just gonna ask you this for just standards. I need you to understand. Do you know how many men, that means people over the age of 18, or let's say 17 and above, are in this country?
Do I know how many men over the age of 18 is in this country? Is that your question? I don't know the exact number.
Yeah. Yes, I know. I know you do.
Right. No, you don't. I mean, go ahead. That's it. Go ahead. What's your question?
Okay, so the adult male population is 165 million.28. Now, if we take out roughly 3% of people who have, certain disabilities, so they're outside of the population of being able to commit violent crimes per se due to, disability. And then we take out another, say, 2% due to early unalivement. Let's just go ahead and do that. Let's just take out 5% of that. Even if we did that, 1% of that would be 1.6 million people. So you're saying, again, 1.6 million people are still responsible for roughly almost 4 million crimes. Now, is it doable? Potentially. But here's the problem with crime stats. You see, if every single year, shut the fuck up. I swear to God, we've listened to your terrible math all night. Shut the fuck up. I'm going to say that I'm sorry for the cussing. Didn't mean to. It's just getting on my nerves.
Hold on.
Every single year, violent crimes are committed. And if those people, you keep talking about the conviction rate. This is the thing. If they are convicted, that means that they are incarcerated.
Hold on. See, Dave, can you please?
Wait, time out.
What I'm asking for is respect. I haven't disrespected.
Let the whole talk speak.
It's his turn to talk. He want to address the disrespect. That's fine. You haven't cussed nobody out. I understand. We're gonna try to keep some decorum. You gotta unmute your mic. Unmute your mic.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying, but KGR wasn't finished and he interrupted her first. That's what it was. But I get it. We'll let him go ahead and finish.
No, we're not. We're gonna let respect. Both of y'all try to respect each other. I get it. It got a little spicy. It happens. Let's move on as adults. KGR, please finish. C Dave, you're going to finish.
And can you stay mute, please? Thank you.
Okay, so when we're talking about convictions, when someone is convicted of a violent crime, more likely than not, they go to prison. So just because they're out of the population, okay? So if we're going by your convictions, this is the problem. So he committed a crime, say this one person committed a crime. He was convicted. The next year, those same crimes continued to happen to multiple different people. So that guy is out of the population. Therefore, he's unable to commit a crime the following year. So again, that's how it's not accurate to say one person is committing all of these crimes or 1% is committing 63%, because it's statistically impossible. People, if they are convicted, if we're going just by your conviction rates, that means that they are incarcerated, which means they're not out in the population to continue to commit crimes. So you're trying to say that 1% is committing all this crime. However, crime is consistent. It happens every single year, violent crime especially. So you can't continue to try to say this. It is logically impossible, it's statistically impossible for someone who is currently incarcerated to be outside of the prison committing violent crimes outside of prison. So you're not making any sense. If we actually look at the crime stats, sir, if we're just going by your conviction rates, conviction usually means that you're incarcerated.
Dave, hold on a second. Can everyone please tap the screen and share the live? I also want to clear something up. Hey, KGR, sis.
Oh, I'm here.
Okay, so I just want to ask you a question. Did you or did you not just apologize to the host and me for the disrespect that you did earlier against Dave. Did you or did you not?
I did. I said I'm sorry.
Okay. I just wanted to clear that up because somebody thought you didn't do that and that you had no accountability.
We're not worried about we're not worried about the dude. We're not worried about the dude in the comments.
I just wanted to make sure that was cleared.
We're not worried about him.
So, I mean, first of all, KGR, I mean, I have those quarrels with her. I mean, I have nothing at all. So, let's get that out the way. So, she talked about convictions. 5% of people who are convicted for a crime actually go to prison. 5%. So, again,
Violent crime. That's not true.
oh my God. Can I please?
Okay, so let's. If there's misinformation or you believe it's misinformation, let's try to let him finish his whole sentence and not interrupt.
Right.
Let's look it up. And if there's something crazy, we shall intervene. But let him talk.
So 5% of people who are convicted for crimes actually see prison time. The majority of people get probation or get some type of out of prison conditional things, right? So again, if we're talking about, she said that the amount of crimes is like for whatever million crimes are committed, and there's about 1 million people that are convicted. All it takes is for each one of those people to commit 4 violent crimes, and they will reach that number, right? So if 1 million people commit 4 different violent crimes, they will reach that 4 million violent crime statistic where we say, we know this. We know that 1% of the American population, this is not even men or women, but 1% of the American population commits about 63 to 65% of all violent crimes, right? It's because these people commit multiple crimes. It's almost like the same thing about the baby mama or the baby daddy drama, right? That's why you have one man who has 7 baby mamas. He is every different baby mama is talking about, oh, I got no shit, ain't no baby daddy. But they're talking about the same fucking guy. So when this guy goes and robs 7 banks or robs 7 people, 7 different people say, I got robbed by a man. But they're all talking about the same fucking guy. It's in the data. It's in there. We can look at it every day. Like, why are we trying to reinvent the wheel when the stats are there? 1% of the population commits about 65% of all violent crimes. Period. Point blank. That's why you see people who go to jail have a plethora of charges. They have assaults, domestic violence, robberies, burglaries. 7 of them. These same men or women are committing these same acts over and over and over again. That's why the United States has the highest recidivism rate than any other country. What does that tell you? That tells you that these people are committing the same crimes over and over and over and over again. So if you have 1 million people committing 6 or 7 crimes, violent crimes over and over again, that's how you can get 6 or 7 million violent crimes committed by only 1 million people. It's just that.
All right, hold on, somebody, hold on. Get your mic. Say my G. I don't get. I try to show black men respect. When y'all come in here, my nigga. But your name is Antidote. My nigga, you soft. All you niggas that be calling men simps in the comments, nobody's even up here simping. I'm having a fucking conversation. Where did I cape for women? I didn't cape for women ever in this live. It's been a civil conversation, and you're saying simp. This why you niggas this again. You're proving my point of the prompt. A disappointment, nigga. A disappointment. Because anytime a nigga just having a conversation with women or men, and I'm not dog walking women, you niggas want us to call us simps or panders. But if I'm up here calling a woman a bitch, a hoe, a motherfucking slut, a SW, everything, out in the book, especially if I get to dog walking black women and try to spin some rhetoric that they fucking and getting pregnant by the same black man. Even though you niggas keep being the same fucking black man. Half of you niggas talking about being a good man are the man who manipulated and got women pregnant and fucked them over. But somehow you are the good black man. Somehow you a good man, but you was out here living in bullshit, being a horrible person, having horrible character, and you niggas broke. So what the hell are we talking about? But I'm simping. The fuck out of here, my nigga. And then you don't want to come up and say anything. You punk bitch. You weak ass niggas. You wouldn't say that shit to my face. I'll knock your ass out. I'm sick and tired of you dumb ass niggas saying some stupid shit online. Y'all be saying some stupid shit in the goddamn comments. And then when I try to have a conversation with you, now you mad. And oh, nobody was even up here freaking saying anything. Oh, women are just perfect. Oh my God, ladies, the divine feminine, the divine freaking feminine. Oh my goodness. You got to get back in touch with the earth and the goddamn nature and all this shit. I'm not even being yada. I'm not even being yada awakened. I'm not doing none of that. I'm having a conversation. And then your stupid ass, as a black man, come up here and say something stupid in the comments. Nigga, you soft, you weak, you unintelligent. I'm talking to you, my nigga. So what's up with all this simp shit in the comments? Where was the simping?
Hang on, I got 4 kids.
I don't give a fuck about your children.
Okay, then I'm gonna leave.
All right, bye. The fuck you come up here talking about kids for? The fuck are we talking about? What does that prove? What God, please forgive. I'm sorry. Lord, forgive me. What did that prove? I got 4 kids. I don't care. I'm not talking about you being a good. You got 4 kids. I didn't say nothing about your kids. What are you talking about? I'm talking about what you said to me. I'm talking about what you said to me. And you go up here talking about, I got 4 kids. And how many baby mamas? My bad, y'all. Women, YouTube, I'm sorry. Women on the panel, I'm sorry. Dudes, I'm sorry. I don't like niggas like that, especially when I'm trying to have a balanced and civil conversation with people and I'm trying to keep some decorum. As soon as I start talking bad about women, you niggas are going to be throwing super chats, freaking sending all these goddamn freaking gifts and all that. But as soon as I'm having a conversation, now it's a problem. Yeah.
Now I can be loud.
Go ahead.
Now I can be loud.
Please do.
Yeah, so I got 1 baby mama.
All
and
right.
I got 4 kids. I can't be screaming at fucking 2 o'clock in the morning.
What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
It has to do with the fact I need to step away, motherfucker.
No, my nigga, you came in the comments saying simp. Where is the fucking simping?
Look at you over here.
Where is
Where is
the simping?
See Dave being yelled at by these women, these hostile ass, masculine ass women.
See, exactly, and there it goes. But yet the black man has been a bitch. You was the white man's bitch. You've been a bitch. You couldn't protect your own women. You were bitches, nigga. What the fuck are we talking about? Wait a minute. You're talking about masculine. A lot of you niggas are feminine. The fuck are you talking about? Soft ass, nigga. You said, nigga, you said some simp ass. You said some dumb shit. You said masculine women. No real man calls a woman masculine. Nigga, when you are a masculine man, there is nothing that a woman can do for you to call a woman masculine. That's how I know your dick small.
My dick small.
That's how I know your dick small, nigga. Get the fuck out of here. Can't stand this shit. What kind of fucking alpha male or man calls a woman? You're masculine. Who is intimidated by goddamn women? You're masculine. You're masculine. You're masculine. Masculine ass women. Masculineness. Masculine. You niggas be feminine. Got time for that shit, man. My bad, y'all. Y'all forgive me. I can't. I hate that. I hate.
Well, damn.
Chill out.
You want to take a drink with me?
I ain't got no liquor right now, man. I'm good. Y'all forgive me. I'm sorry. And all that disrespectful stuff that I said. Right? When a nigga, I'm telling y'all right now, I'm not the person on TikTok that you want to be with on YouTube. When a nigga come up here saying something stupid about black women, masculine, loud, obnoxious, all that shit, I'm gonna take it to hell just like y'all take it to hell. You want to say black women the enemy? I'm gonna say black man with a white man's bitch. We can go toe for toe. We can go toe for toe. I don't want to say that I'm a goddamn black man. Why the fuck would I want to say some shit like that? But every time y'all do, I'm gonna take it there. Now I'm simping. Now I'm simping, nigga. Now I'm pandering. Yeah. Now I'm simping and pandering. Because apparently y'all niggas too afraid to get spicy with niggas on this here net when it's time for it. Up here having a balanced conversation. Yeah, it got a little spicy sometimes. Freaking stupid. We done been way off the goddamn prompt. I got a violation. I done got myself in trouble. We gonna run this back tomorrow before they shut me down. See, Dave.
All right.
See, Dave, for everything that you know, you got cussed out. KGR did say she's sorry, and she said that out of respect for me and you. So it is good. I'm sorry you had to experience that. And for the women that felt like you being gaslighted and talk trash to, I'm sorry if you felt that as well. Trying to have a civil conversation here. Trying to have a civil conversation. But we gonna run it back tomorrow. We gonna go through this quick. KGR, any last words?
Okay, C. Dave, I know where you got that 1% are committing the majority of the violent crimes. It's from a study. The paper was published. I just want you all to understand this. The paper was published, and the study comes from, where is it at? They're studying from 1973 to 2004. And then the total population register statistics, Sweden provided information of birth in 19. Sir, again, I want you to learn the maths. It's statistically impossible for only 1% to be committing 63% of the violent crimes, considering the rate of violent crime within this country. It is technically impossible. Also, using a study that is discussing data from 1973 to 2004 is not good. That's not a good statement. But I'm glad you go to the Google's machine and you pull up the first thing that you see and you utilize that as your facts. Again, if you actually read through these studies, which means you click on it and you read it, you would see that, oh crap, that's not exactly what it's saying at all. And I'm very concerned for the future of you, considering that, again, we were talking about men being the disappointment, and you still couldn't keep women out of your mouth. That's what's disappointing, that you're so weak and y'all are so bitched that you literally spend all of your time comparing yourself to women instead of trying to compare yourself to other men. Why don't you step your game up, my guy? Stop trying to blame women for y'all's bad behavior and then trying to make it a small percentage that does stuff. Because it's not. It's not. It's a large percentage. If 1 in 4 women have been essayed, then guess what? It's not one guy essaying over, 30 million women. It is a bunch of men. And I love how none of you all know any abusers. You don't know any rapists. You don't know anybody who beats people. You don't know any of these people. And women are always lying. But anyway, see, Dave, I hope you rot in hell. I hope you learn to read.
What?
And I really hate your face. Love you guys. Good night.
So see,
What
Dave,
in the hell kind of shit is that?
Yeah, I know.
That
You
is
gotta love
crazy work.
Yo, you gotta love KGR.
That is crazy work.
I know.
Crazy work. Crazy work.
Yo, so see, Dave, listen. Listen. I'm trying to get the words out because it pretty much is funny over here. But my brother, you gonna have to. I don't know. When you have these conversations, you gotta tell your buddies who being Captain Saber, homie. They gotta understand you've been in these conversations with us before, so you already know what to expect from us. At the end of the day, it is what it is. But you gotta keep your sin. You gotta keep the sins that are simple for you under control, though, homie. I'm just saying. That's all I'm saying. Just when you come on live with us from now on, just keep your sins under control. You be doing us a big favor, because they can't. Because you see what they did. They came in here, want to argue with the host, and want to call everybody masculine. They want to go too far and stuff. Like, they can't be doing that in here, though, fam. Like, just tell your simps to chill. Give them some volume, some glass of water. Do something, bro. I'm just saying. Just do something. I'm just saying. But I'm gonna let my host finish this up. I love you, host. I'm gonna get in the comments if you need me.
All right. First of all, see that I didn't know she was gonna say that. Out of respect for you, I didn't know that. So I apologize. She not gonna apologize, but I apologize on your behalf that you had to experience that. However, secondly, um, we just gonna be completely honest. All these numbers, all these numbers, and everything, and the statistics, and going up. We can have a lot. We can run this back tomorrow and try to do this together and do it every. And we can bring the same people up. We can try to have some more decorum, or we can rotate around, or it could just be me and you, right? I understood what you're trying to say. I see it. I don't. I'm not going by just what. That is why I have a personal belief that most men have done harmful things. They just have not been convicted for the things. Now I can look at the numbers and see how you come to the conclusion based on every data. And then if they're saying that they have a number of 300,000, that's only 0.1 or 1% of men that's been convicted, though. You know what I'm saying? Convicted of all of the violent crimes. But I don't think that equates to all the crimes that's actually happening, saying it's just that number of men. That's what I think that they were trying to articulate. Do you agree with that or disagree with that?
Hey, host, first and foremost, bro, I want to tell you that I appreciate the way that you let me speak and that and the way that you handle your panel. We have some spicy people on here, but I appreciate the way that you let me speak, and you ran your panel in a way that someone who, even if I don't agree with you and we don't agree on some things, I agree. I like the way that you ran it. But my final words is this. So this is in 2022, 674,000. There were 674,000 violent crimes, right? And the majority of those people who committed these crimes were repeat offenders. The only thing I am saying is that we have to understand that all people are not bad. All men are not. I think that when we promote this idea that all men or all women are bad, it creates this thing that we can't trust nobody. And for me, I've dealt with a lot of people in my life. And the overwhelming majority of people are good people. They're good people with good intentions, and 9 times out of 10, they've had a hard time in life, and they may fuck up here and there, but overall their intentions are good. So I can't remember the young lady's name, and she may not like me, and that's okay. She doesn't have to like me. My job is not for people to like me. I like to express what people who are not in these spaces like to hear or want to hear. And for a lot of men, what a lot of men want to hear is that, hey, my voice is being validated. I know that what abuse looks like, and I have been abused, and that I am not going to let women gaslight me into thinking that I am the problem when you are the problem. And when I say you, I'm talking about women. You are the problem in a lot of these cases. But overall, I appreciate this. I followed you, so I'll definitely be back if I see you on live again. And I have no issues. I have no quarrels with anybody in this thing. I love the energy, and I respect women who are very passionate about what they experience, and I validate their experiences. But the only thing I ask that women do is that, hey, while men are validating your experiences, also validate their experiences. Also validate that, hey, not all men are bad. It's not all men till there's no man. That type of rhetoric creates a narcissistic, a abusive, it's just bad. And I'm not going to monologue, but I'm going to get off here soon. But hey, for men that are listening, don't listen to the shit that says that you are bad. As long as you continue to work on yourself, As long as you continue to speak to women and listen to what they say, that's okay. But also at the same time, do not let them invalidate how you are feeling. Do not let people invalidate what your experiences are. And that's all I have to say.
Okay. I don't think nobody was saying all. Now the statement that I have on my background is a general statement because it can be applied to all types of men, but it can't be all men. But now in ways, I think all men do play a part in a certain way of the mistreatment of women. I do think we have all played a part in today's time, even back then, in the mistreatment of women. Whether we was a player using a woman for cat, whether we was using, not to call y'all box a cat, I can't say the word. So intercourse, right? Using women for intercourse, whether we have broke a one, like I'm from Houston, players and pimps. We have people that pimp out women and use them.
You in Houston now?
Yeah, I'm was born and raised in Houston.
I'm in Houston right now.
Yeah, I'm from H-Town. I'm from H-Town.
Oh, we gotta hook up, by
I'm right if I speak my piece. And
Yeah. I got you in a second. But yeah, like I mean, even in our culture, you know what I'm saying, like from the dirty South to the North Side, pimping women. So I do think every man has played a part in the abuse to some level of women. So when women are or have been the problem, I think men have been a majority. Actually, I could say all. I think all men have been the problem towards women at one point. Whether you're with 15 to your 30, we got dudes who use women for meals, leech off women, and because our community stories, how many men leech off women, use them for money, pimp them out, box, say the right things, even game. We created a term called game, which is game is manipulation. I got game. So what am I doing? I'm going to say the right things, do the right things, play my part, and I'm going to get her straight out her drawers. And then I'm going to leave. So I think in a sense, when it's being spun like that, yeah, I think they could say all, but I wouldn't I'm not trying to say all men, but most men are a disappointment. That's my belief. But I get you. We can talk about it and dissect it. We can run it back tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? But yeah. But Cusifer, you say you want to say your piece.
Yeah, but as far as my name, I'm not no good guy. I won't pretend like I'm a good guy, but it definitely opened my eyes being on this panel. I've been misled, the influence around me. And I just want to apologize to a lot of women. I might have called out their name, making certain statistics, but I will say I did try on my main platform to call out certain individuals, and I got, I got reported and restricted and certain things of that nature. But I do want to apologize for women that's going through this, this BS with men, and that's it.
So see that when you say validate man, just one last question. You said something about validating men experiences. Now I'm gonna be honest. I have not. I've been on women's lives. I've been on even the decentering men's lives. Like I don't have a problem with decentering men. I don't think a woman should make a man her purpose. I don't think a man should make a woman her purpose. You know what I'm saying? That's not your purpose. You don't have to be married to live. You don't need a woman. You don't need a man in that regards of a relationship. However, I have seen lives where there are women. When a man come up and give his side, they will say, "Hey, I'm sorry you had to experience that." I see these type of lives happening all the times. I've seen it in Shemaine's live. I know she was probably a little spicy or whatever, but I see her even when a man come up to the first thing she say, "Hey, I'm sorry that happened to you." Now I'm not in every live, but I'm saying from the lives that I go in, she does say, "Hey, I'm sorry that happened to you. I hope you get the healing you need." There's been crying, and even on this side, there's been crying and grief. Bro, I have not met Saul. I'm not a friend with Saul. He's an associate. You know what I'm saying? But Saul came up and was vulnerable with me. And I can say this. I can say this because he said it. And he doesn't mind me saying it. I don't mind sharing his story because he said it publicly. So I'm not getting in trouble for saying something that happened to him. He said that he was SA'd by a older woman when he was 13, right? And we had, and you know, we empathized. And hey man, I'm sorry. I didn't know that. That's sad, right? Like I was dating about the crown alive. Now I don't like his. Now again, I don't like his backgrounds. He could say the same thing about me. I don't like his background. I don't like the way he spins certain things sometimes. But I'm not gonna talk bad about him for the sake of the conversation. And plus, you know, I don't want to disrespect no man when he's not here. Plus, I'm trying to respect him and keep respect. But again, the prompts of when it's black women specific, those are ran among in our spaces by black men. I don't think it's a problem with you discussing what your problem is with what black women have done to you. The problem is when you spin not him, he didn't do this, but when you spin a title to say black women are this is that and the third, and the truth is you have not dated majority of black women. I don't even care about how many women you ran through. You have not been around majority of black women.
Right. 110% agree with you. It is irresponsible for people to say that black men, because when you say black men, whether you believe it or not, you're talking about all. In your prompt, you have an adverb in yours where it says most black men, right? The adverb being most. So that leads me to believe that you don't think that all black men, but you believe that most. And even if I can disagree with that, and I believe that is not even most. I think what black men are saying the most is this. And for the women that they may hate me, they may not like me, but at the end of the day, I have a successful marriage. My wife loves me. I love my wife. And there is nothing anybody can do to make me not love that woman. So I say that from a place coming from a place where I am in a place where a lot of people want to be. But it took a lot of work to get there. Me and my wife, we joke all the time. If we would have met when we were 25 instead of 35, we probably wouldn't have made it because we weren't mature enough to handle the difficulties of a relationship. I was bad when I was 24, 25. So was she. But I think what most men are saying is this, particularly black men. It's like, we want a place to be vulnerable. And the place that we want to be vulnerable with is our black women. But please don't use that as a weapon, number one. It's hard for us to be vulnerable because a lot of black men do not go to therapy, right? And unfortunately, we trauma dump our issues onto black women. And I know that is not y'all's burden, black women, but unfortunately, we don't have anyone to go to because black men.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
When I say we don't have anyone to go to, listen to me. Black men typically want to go to therapy with other black men. Like, think about it. As a black man, do you want to go to a white woman? No. Do you want to go to a white man? No. We will settle for a black woman. But overall, the person who we want to share our thoughts and be vulnerable with is another black man. Black men appreciate the validation and the opinions of other black men. I'm not going to go talk to no white man about what's going on with me. I'm not. And if you're being honest, would you go to a white man to therapy about your issues?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and I understand that there may be a race dynamic and they probably can't understand, but whoever has the proper tools to give me to work through my issues is what I'm going to go through. So I wouldn't discount it, and I would go to a woman, a man, whoever is equipped to handle me.
I would go to a black woman. I would go to a black man.
But why don't we create? Well, I'm not even going to say that these spaces aren't created. I don't see many of them. I have tried to hold one before. But when we say we don't have nothing to go into, okay, so I'm about to say something that's real, and it might hurt a little bit, right? It might hurt a little bit, particularly to the men. I think women are tired of being our refuge. And I think that there's great arguments on their side of being the backbone, and I think they're tired. I think it's time for us men to create the therapy for ourselves. We need to confide in each other. We say we want to talk amongst black men. We get to, I'll give you a better example. We get together to talk about our grievances with black women. Why can't we get together to talk about our grievance, our pain, but outside of that? We could do that on a panel. We could talk about, man, I was dealing with it. If we can build a brotherhood that's based around talking about what's going on with our sisters and how we don't like the sister, whatever, why can't we build the brotherhood to talk about, man, this is what we got to do better. Hey, man, explain to me, bro. Let me just be an ear. Let me shake your hand. Let me, I know some niggas be thinking.
Do you remember, you might not, but the first question I asked you when I first came up in this panel 2-3 hours ago, is ask you, what type of black men are you hanging around? Right? The reason I ask that question is because the black men that I hang around are black married men, black successful men, black men who take care of their children, black men who take care of their wives, black men who accept accountability for when they fuck up. And the reason I ask that question is because when we go out, right, and not to put anybody in my business out, is, I have a friend who's going through some marital issues. And literally, just today, we have a group text. I said, hey, bro, I'm going to take you out this Saturday. This Saturday, it's not just take you out to drink. It's, hey, man, what's going on with your wife? What's going on with your relationship, right? And me and my other homeboys on the side, we was like, hey, man, we got to bring this guy in together because we want to see his marriage last. We want to see him going through it. Between the other 5 of us, I mean, together it's 6 of us that are really, really good friends. For the other 5 of us, we already got together. Hey, look, man, we're going to have to talk to him, figure out what's going on with his marriage. Between the 5 of us, we've all been there where he's at, right? And we're going to sit him down, smoke a couple of cigars, and hey, man, get back to like whatever it is with you and your wife, get it together. So the reason I ask the question is because I surround myself with a group of men who value their marriage, value women, who take responsibility and accountability for themselves. We hold each other accountable. These are the type of men that I surround myself with. And because of that, they hold me accountable. So when they can know when I'm feeling down, they be like, bro, what's going on? And they'll tell me when I'm off my square.
Okay, let me be vulnerable for a second and actually tell you what's going on there. I'm 28 years old.
Mm-hmm.
My wife is 33.
Mm-hmm.
I got married when I was 25, which would make her 30 at the time. Right? Yeah, so here's the thing. A lot of guys my age, right, are not looking for marriage. I knew what I wanted. So I don't have men around my age group that I would consider friends. Now I have friends, but they not on the mindset that I am on. So I got homeboys that's still out there doing their thing, and I got to tell them I don't think that's a wise decision. I got one homeboy who is married. He 2 years older than me, so he's 30 now. He's married to a woman. You know what I'm saying? I can hang out with him, and talk to him. I still have my small circle, but it's just the main two. That's my main friends. They still on some I'm young, and I can't be around that. So the men that that you said that I mean that the men that I hang around with is the men in my family, because I don't even know what an interracial relationship look like. All I have is black love around me. All I have is respect for black. That's why I married a black woman. I couldn't see myself with anything else. So the only men I hang around with is the ones in my family. And I'm not even gonna give them a pass, right? Because we have all been players. We have all been players before and have done wrong. You know what I'm saying? Have told a woman I love you and spun what, let's not even go down the rabbit hole. Just to answer your question, around my age bracket, there is not a lot of mature men that I'm going to be friends with, because you still want to go to the club. I don't go to clubs. I go to work. I come home to my wife. I focus on my platform. I focus on helping her with a business. I spend quality time with my woman. My woman is my best friend. Not only that, not to make it religious, but sorry, I spend time in the Lord. Now, when I find some friends, right, that I think I can be friends with and actually, you know, y'all we on the same wavelength, then cool. But as of right now, it's me, God, and my wife. And when my homeboys come in town, because they split out my main ones, when they come in town, then we can kick it. But there are not a lot of men around my age that are on the mindset of I'm going to get married.
Right. So let me preface this. I'm 40 years old.
All right.
So obviously, I was there when you were at 28. Most men at 28, the early or mid to late 20s, early 30s, don't have it all together. So number one, they're in the beginnings of their career. Number one. Number two, they haven't experienced enough relationships to know how to take care of a wife. I'm not saying that this is you, but I'm just saying the average 28-year-old. It's funny because me and my wife, we joked about, if we would have met each other when we were 25 years old, we probably wouldn't have met, right? He wasn't emotionally mature enough, and neither was I. But when we got married in our early to mid 30s, we have experienced enough relationships where, like, you know what, this is what I'm looking for, this is what I want. And even in early on in our marriage, there were things that we had to talk. Well, number one thing that we had, both of us, we said, number one, neither one of us are going to hate each other. That was the number one rule, right? Number two, we were not going to yell and curse at each other. Number two. The third thing that we came through is like, hey, if you or her brought up an issue, that was not the time for someone else to bring up another issue. So, for example, my wife told me that, hey, she didn't like the way that I talked to her. That was not a time for me to say, well, remember when you did such and such and such and such, right? Mm-hmm. Because that invalidates everything that what she was saying and vice versa. And that works for us. And we have a very good, like right now, I am in a space with me and my wife where it is the most beautiful thing, right? I can't tell you how much I love this woman, and I feel reciprocated by how much she loves me. And when we talk to our friends and we talk to other people involved, it's like, hey, this is what we do. So what I'm saying is surround yourself with men who love and value their wife. Number two, love and value their family. Mm-hmm. Love and value people in general. Right? There is a rule between me and my homeboys. Like, there ain't no fucking, you ain't gonna come to our house and have a sex. I'm gonna check you out. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Like if my homeboy comes to me and he brings a woman that's not his wife, I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? You already know you can't come here. I can't come here for what you're doing, but you can't come here. think we as men, we need to establish those boundaries with our friends. I don't condone cheating. I don't condone physical or domestic violence. I don't condone the misogyny. I don't condone any of that stuff. So if you want to continue to be friends with me, these are things you're gonna have to check. So I think a lot of times we as men we fall victim to wanting to continue the relationship with lifelong friends when they're doing fucked up shit. And we don't set boundaries.
Well, I got like 5 minutes. So let me ask you a question. I agree with that last one, especially that stuff that you just said. But like, so when people are doing what I'm doing, right, and addressing the men, the problematic men in the space, why is there so much backlash when we were taught to check other men, or when we were supposed to check other men? Do you think it's the framing? Are they getting upset at the prompt, or like what is going on? Because you don't see why is there more backlash when a man is addressing the problematic behaviors of other men, but when a man is talking bad about women, the men usually agree with what the heck is going on that side. What's going on with that?
Right. So typically speaking, we as people, not just men and women, both of us, we seek validation. We seek validation for how we feel. We seek validation from other people who have experienced what we are experiencing. So what typically happens is that when particularly men speak bad about men, how can I explain? So if you're attacking me, or if you're saying everything that I've done wrong, I'm going to naturally get defensive, right? And I'm going to naturally say, well, yeah, I may have been wrong. Or I might say, hey, I haven't been wrong. And I'm going to say, well, she did X, Y, Z. And those things are bad. I think what happens with a lot of men is that they don't feel that their feelings, they don't feel that their emotions are validated. So it's almost as if like, hey, I was upset with you because you did this. And then what typically happens is a lot of times women would say, well, I did this because you made me upset, which completely invalidates how I'm feeling. That's a gaslighting.
But that's not what usually happens. And I think we both know what usually happens is that if I put a prompt up and I say black men need to be better fathers to their children, right? Or black men, to make it men specifically and say, hey, black men, we need to stop abandoning our children. We need to get back in our children's lives, right? I'm speaking to those men.
Right.
But what will happen? Go ahead. I'm saying if I was to ever make something specific, which I've done before, about something us specifically as black men need to do, black men don't want to hear that. And instead of addressing the topic and coming up and being in unity with me and addressing the problems, what's going to happen is, but what about women? But on the flip side, if I hold a panel saying black women are abusive and black women are abusive and invalidate black men's voices, what's going to happen is black men are going to come in there and not challenge me. They're going to be on my side. Because now I have generalized black women to say that they are abusive and they invalidate men's voices. So that's all. You can take that two ways, most or all, but they're going to agree instead of saying, hey, bro, you need to instead of checking me and holding me accountable for my sentence structure and the way I'm framing it, they're going to agree. And that is what I have a problem with, because when I check men get mad at that. If I start cussing out women, not even cursing out, if I start addressing women, black women are toxic. Black women are masculine. And that is why we don't like you as black men. If I do that, it's over with.
So any time that you it's called a group think bias, right? It's called a group, which means that you have a group of people who think a certain way. So anytime that you would say that black women are toxic, you're going to get a bunch of men who think that black men or that black women are toxic. Either it's mainly based off their personal experience with black women, right? No different than if you were to put a prompt up there. Like if you were to change your prompt and say black women are toxic, you would get a bunch of black men in your queue and in your space that would agree with you.
What if I said what?
If you said black women are toxic,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, that's the part. Yeah.
And what happens is because you have a bunch of black men who are trauma bonding with the sentence structure of your content. Like, hey, I feel that black women are very toxic because I've experienced it. No different than when you say most men are disappointed, right? You're going to get a bunch of particularly black women, because black people hate black people, in your cues and in your comments that's going to agree with you because they've experienced some black disappointment men in their lives, right? It's not like as if this is the majority. Is that you're attracting people or women who are hurt. If you were to change your tune, you will attract
The problem is that I'm having is nobody's challenging this man. See, the problem that I'm having is nobody challenged Kevin Samuels when he was out of line. Nobody challenges Anton when he's out of line. Nobody challenges these men on TikTok when they're out of line. And when you do go up there to challenge them, right? The majority of men that be in those spaces, let me frame it like that. The majority of men that's in those spaces will always, it is always the point that I'm making. It is always simping and pandering when it is calling out men for what they do. It is never simping and pandering when a man is dog walking women or calling out women. It's never, those two terms won't even get used.
I will tell you, it's funny. I don't like to give women or men advice, but if you are a man or a woman and this person is saying that one gender is always responsible for the issues, that's a fucking red flag, right? One of the questions way back in the day when I was dating, I would ask is, in your past relationship, when it ended, what were the things that you were responsible for that ended? And if the woman would say, I wasn't responsible for nothing, that was a red flag. I would pay for the dinner and I would leave.
Wait, she said what?
I said, if a woman would say that I wasn't responsible for nothing.
Oh, okay.
I would pay for the dinner and I would leave. Because anytime that you believe that a relationship ended and you didn't have anything that contributes to the end of the relationship, that's a red flag for me. But I think when it was Kevin Samuels, here's the thing. The person who is delivering the message matters. And because Kevin Samuels was so blunt and a lot of times he was disrespectful in the way that his delivery, it turned off a lot of people. But let's be honest, some of the things, not all, but some of the things he said was not far off. If we break down our walls and we look at it logically, some of the things that he said was not far off. And let's not forget that when Kevin Samuels first started, he was attacking, I wouldn't say attacking, but he was going after men. He was saying, how is you as a man think that you're going to get this type of woman when you don't have a job, you're not working, you ain't about shit. Like, you want this woman to, quote unquote, submit to you, and you don't even have the ability to ascertain a livelihood where she can be comfortable in. You can't even buy a house, you can't buy a car, you can't buy.
That's the funny part though. the original red pill content was made for men. It was to tell men to be better men. The problem is the ones who are doing that now is the ones that people are labeling simps and panders. The ones who's actually calling out men and telling them what they need to do. Hey, you ain't gonna get, you damn sure ain't gonna get no woman sitting on TikTok all day screaming at them, yelling at them. You scaring them away. You dang sure ain't go. You cannot love somebody and constantly criticize them, right? Basically, the same dose of what men were getting back in the day is now coming through men like, I don't even want to say men like me. I'm not the best example, but a Tony Gassy, I could say Public, right? I know people don't like Public, but I don't have a problem with Public. Public, the homie, Public.
I've been on a couple of Public lives.
Somewhat.
I don't think Public's a bad person. I just think his message is
Most people think he's a pander. He's used to it. It don't matter. But the other dude, it's a dude named Rick the Ruler, on here.
I don't know him.
Yeah. So basically, what I'm saying is, what the original red pill that was made for men is now coming through the hands of, which is funny, the ones that people are labeling simps, when we're calling out men what they're doing, even if it is calling out your harmful tongue, I am addressing you as a man, as it should be. So people say Kevin Samuels didn't say a lot about. I think majority of what he said was bad. Now, again, I listened to a lot of his content, but I have not seen.
Was it true? Like
what was what true? Like it depends on what you're talking about, because telling a woman to give up her womb, here's two things I don't agree with. If you know your Bible so much, you don't tell a person to go continue sinning. A woman had a child. This is what I didn't like. A woman had a child. She called in. They were talking, and she said she had a high value man. She was dating a high value man, and you can look this clip up. This nigga, and yes, I'm gonna call him that. She said, I don't give up the box that easy. So she had a child out of wedlock, as we like to say. She has been a single mother. She ain't having no more intercourse. She don't want to make a quote unquote mistake again. She want to give the next child that she brings into this earth a fighting chance, as we say, of raising them in a 2-parent household, the nuclear family that we're so strong on. And she said she dated a high value man. She said, well, have you had sex with him? He said, no, because I don't give it up that easy. He said, shit, you gave up with his hands out. He said, shit, you gave up your womb, you might as well have. Equating value to a woman with only the fact that if she has a child or has not had nothing, or her youth or her beauty, is so harmful, is so disgusting. This whole biological time clock, nigga, we getting erectile dysfunction at 26. Everybody losing hair. It's like there's a rise of erectile dysfunction at the age of 26. We losing hair. We ain't the brightest things. Look, we get old. Everybody gets old. You know what I'm saying? If you want to say God made it that way, I believe in God. So hey, that's the way it is, right? We all fall short of the glory. So to equate or to equate like, oh, she should keep fucking up because she fucked up.
I want to be honest, and I want to be transparent. I want you to be honest, right? I want you to be transparent. If you and I are let's say me and you by ourselves, we make $300K a year, right? Is there a certain standard of a woman that you are going to require?
A certain standard?
Yeah.
I think everybody has standards, yes.
Yeah. So for example, I'm going to go from the extreme going down. You making $300,000 a year in Houston. You're in Houston. You're making $300,000 a year in Houston. Would you date a woman, or would you entertain a woman on Fifth Ward?
I'm sorry. What did you say? Would I date a woman as what?
Yeah. If you're making $300,000 a year, would you entertain or date a woman from Fifth Ward? You're in Houston.
Yes.
Okay. So you would date a woman from Fifth Ward, right?
Yeah. My wife is from South Park.
Your wife is from South Park, right? There are exceptions. Does your wife go to college?
Yes.
Does your wife make a contributor?
My wife not even working right now.
Huh?
My wife not even working right now.
Okay. How does she work?
Yeah, she work. Yeah.
Right. Does she have the ability to gain employment? And I'm talking about significant employment.
Significant employment meaning like a certain tax bracket of job or what?
Right. Like
I mean, yeah. I mean, yeah.
For example, she's not sending out applications at Burger King.
No, she's not doing that. But even if she did, it wouldn't stop me from. But I get what you. But yeah, she not. Right. No, she not.
Right. So what I'm saying is that when you enter into a certain tax bracket, whether you want to believe it or not, you typically want to deal with people that either one in your tax bracket or two that could complement you in that tax bracket, right? So you don't see Elon Musk or you don't see the Denzel Washington, well, Denzel Washington been there for 40-some years. That's a bad example. But you don't see people who make a substantial amount of money dating women that is 6 levels down from them. You get what I'm saying?
But wait, the kicker of this, and I'm not trying to flip the script, but I kind of have to.
Mm-hmm.
When women talk about dating at the same rate or dating a little bit higher, we get mad and tell them that they should date down because the average man can't make the average black man.
I don't think. I can't say all and every, but I can say that I have never seen a woman that date down. They either date on their level or up. I've seen men date on their level or down.
I've seen women date down. I've seen women date down because we know about the potential. They saw potential. He was a quote unquote good guy. She helped him get started. I've seen successful women date down, and we know about stories in our community where successful women, maybe not successful on the scale. When I say success, right?
What's successful? What's successful? Like,
I'm not talking about a famous woman. I'm talking about
down.
A woman who is making like $80,000 a year. She can't, or let's put $90,000 a year. A woman, black woman, particularly, she's almost at 6 figures, or she's about to be at 6 figures. Right. She is looking for someone on her level, but the men on her level don't want her. Or stick with me. She just couldn't find nobody. But let's say maybe a truck driver comes along the way. He plays his cards right. He's nice, he's respectful, he has character. She gives him a chance. Or he don't drive a truck. Let's say he just makes $50,000 a year. She gives him a chance. There are so many women in our community that speak on the fact that they gave a man that wasn't on their financial level a chance.
That's not true. There is absolutely women who make more money than a man. But if you had to put a percentage on it, do you think that more men date down, or do you think more women date down, strictly speaking, financially?
Down in what ways? Like looks wise? Or?
No. I said strictly speaking.
Strictly financially? I don't know, because if in most because in most you said strictly financially, right? Well, let me ask this question. In the marriage, right? Aren't they usually saying that the woman in our community is usually the breadwinner? So wouldn't that be her dating down?
No.
In black marriages, the woman's usually the breadwinner. So wouldn't that be her?
In black marriages, and so here's the thing. This is a false stat. Even in black marriages, black men still out earn black women. Now, the ratio is closer between black men and black women.
If I'm not mistaken, I could be butchering this statistic, and I'm willing to take accountability. I thought black men as a whole make about $5,000 more than black women. But in a marriage, though, when we look at marriages, I thought that it said that, hey, Black women are usually the breadwinner in their marriage.
So even in marriages between black women and black men still out-earn. However, the ratio of which black men out-earn black women is so close that it's almost insignificant. Whereas compared to white women, Hispanic women, Asian women, their disparity is a lot more. So this is what it is saying, is that basically black men and black women are essentially, statistically speaking, about the same, right? So again, I'm saying is that
Hold on, wait, time out. Pew Research study. Black wives are significantly more likely than wives from other racial or ethnic groups to be the breadwinner in their marriage. That's that is pewresearchstudies.org. No, I'm sorry, pewresearch.org, and this is 2023.
So yes, so again, two things can be true at the same time. So black women can absolutely be more likely than Hispanic, than white, than Asian earn their black men, but overall, black men still out earn black women.
But I'm talking about the marriage. Like, I'm framing it how it is. Overall, as black people, black men still make more money than black women by like $5,000. I understand that, but in a marriage, huh?
It's so low that we probably should even.
Yeah. But what I'm saying, once we get married, black man, black woman, the woman is usually the breadwinner.
No. So even when you get married, the black man still out earns them, but it's like $4,000. And let's be clear, $4,000 over the course of a year. I mean, like, let's do the math. What's that? If you divide $4,000 by 12 months, we're talking about what? $150 a paycheck. So it's not so much. Whereas if the black woman could not survive without the black man. It's not so much where a black man can go around posting his chest and saying, "Hey, I'm the breadwinner." Nigga, motherfucker, you only make $100 more than me. You get what I'm saying?
But I'm only addressing it as such because you said financially. Even if it was $1, I get it. I'm just going by what you said. Even if it's only $1, it's still more. So that's what I was trying to, because you said because we were trying to equate this to dating down, or we're talking about dating down or marrying, because I'm trying to put it all together.
I'm talking about marriage.
Okay, so when it comes to marrying down, if the information presented in front of me is that black women are usually the breadwinners in their marriage, or more likely to be the breadwinner in their marriage, it would seem like, based on what you're asking, is that black women would be dating down or marrying down financially.
Black women are not marrying this. Like absolutely. I think that both black men and black women. Two things can be true.
But see, that's not what. But brother, that's not what you was asking. You were saying, do I usually think that it's the man or the woman dating down? Now you're saying that it's not about who dating down. I'm just answering your question from what you asked.
Well, I really didn't want to get into it, but so, for example, this is a quick little source, and I didn't do much research on it, but it says, no, black women make less money than black men in the marriage and in relationship. Okay. So we go here, and I'm just going to click on the first one. It says black women and the pay gap between black men.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I mean, like I'm with, we can talk. You know what? Matter of fact, we just gonna end right. No. But we I'm kind of tired. We gonna go ahead and end right here. We gonna remember this, and I'll probably go live around 7 or 8 o'clock tomorrow. I'll bring you back up if you got time, or whatever you see it, and we can discuss it. We'll talk about the wage gap and the marriage and who's up.
I'm not putting the bottle down.
Huh?
Somebody said, "CJ, put the bottle down." I'm not.
Yeah. We'll run it back, brother. But hey, man, I appreciate the conversation. You have a good night and get to bed with your wife, man.
She's sleep, man. This is my night off. She gotta work tomorrow. But
okay.
I will play some man tonight.
But all right, man. You have a good night.
Hey, man, no problem, man. I love the way you run your panel. I appreciate the way that you let people who have opposition speak. So, hey, keep doing what you're doing. You're gonna grow your shit, bro. And I appreciate that.
Man, thank you. All right. All right, beautiful conversation. Thank y'all in the comments. I did see y'all saying some crazy stuff in the comments. Y'all is funny. Y'all is funny. This has been very different. It's been very different. We will be back tomorrow. It might be this prompt. I might switch it up. But yeah, like I hope I get my question. I hope I get that question answered one day. Like why, when I address men or when men address me, and it's so much backlash, but it's I be wanting to do a test run for y'all, but like I don't want to be marked as an enemy because what I was gonna do, I was gonna troll, right? I ain't gonna lie to you, I was gonna troll YouTube and TikTok, but I was gonna try to let my followers know, like, hey, like tomorrow, I'm going to be saying a whole bunch of stupid stuff about Black women that I do not believe, right? But the problem with that, and then watch the men come in and they're gonna be sending out super. But then the problem with that is that new Black women followers, whatever, will see it, and then they will clip me, and they won't ever get to know that I was playing. I don't believe this, so that's the problem. That's why I was like, nah, I'm not gonna do that, but I'm gonna just stay on the straight and narrow path, right? The points get proven. The points get proven every time. But yeah. Anyway, I will catch y'all later. Y'all stay safe and be blessed and encouraged in Jesus' name. YouTube, I love y'all. Appreciate y'all for being in the chat. This dude pays the light bills and call it 50-50. Y'all is funny, man. Hey, I really do appreciate y'all for rocking with me, man. Like y'all be over here like supporting and commenting and keeping me entertained. And hey, look, one live, one what I be saying, one video, one view, one live at a time, we grow, man. So like I said, I appreciate y'all for rocking with me, and we gonna grow, man. And for you over here that don't follow my boy, the public offender, go follow the public offender, man. He's doing some great work. He's doing some great work over there. His page is growing. One thing that I want y'all to know, bro, is that people want me and public offender to be enemies so bad, and he knows it too. He knows it too. Like people be trying to get me to go against my boy. You know what I'm saying? Like the only difference between and that's why I don't the only difference between me and public is that I'm a Christian. I'm a believer in God. He's not. He is boldly against religion. He believes that religion is misogyny, is patriarchal, and he may have some valid points, but that is our only difference. But as far as the work that needs to be done in addressing men and stuff like that, we are on the same side. We on the same page. We unpacking, we learning. Like people be saying, stupid stuff like, he paints his nails. He do stuff like this. I don't paint my nails, but I'm not going because he paint his nails. That mean he less of a man. Like that mean, what he's saying is a lie or something like that. That when niggas try to make me go against public or try to give me, you simping for your brother. You defending your brother, bro. You just like him. Because they love to call, they love to say like, oh, you public this and you, what y'all on the same page? I'll be like, man, shut up, bro. Shut up. Leave that alone. But anyway, if y'all over here liking y'all, you know what I'm saying? Because I don't know. I think some of y'all, some of my subscribers actually subscribe to him and be back and forth and man and just engage in his lives, man. I think he gonna hit 100K next year. For real talk. I think he gonna hit 100K, and I'm excited for him. I'm glad he actually started a YouTube. He should have been started a YouTube, to be honest. Public should have been started a YouTube, bro. He been on TikTok for, I don't freaking know, 2 years. But actually, maybe longer than that. I don't know how long he been on TikTok. Cause I think I met him, not met him personally, but like seen him. Not seen him, but like when I say met him, like I got introduced to him on TikTok on some. I think he found me through my first viral video, and then we became cool. So then, and you know, he sent me content to look at stuff, and I send him stuff, and it's just cool to see a little brotherhood happening where, you know, the quote unquote simps are coming together to address this stuff, bro. And honestly, it's gonna be very entertaining to see him, because it's gonna happen. I'm gonna tell y'all what's gonna happen, bro. Next year, public page gonna grow. He gonna get big on YouTube. The red pill gonna come after him. They already do on TikTok. I haven't seen no big names call him out yet, but trust me, it's coming. And once public get that attention from them, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. All the big names on YouTube, it's a wrap. I don't think that they gonna be ready to have a intellectual conversation about it. And here's the problem: a lot of what he gonna say, they gonna label it woke, and they gonna shut him down and be like, you're a male feminist. I know what's gonna happen. I've seen it happen. I've seen it happen. What's that dude name? Right? And y'all might not agree with everything he says, but what is the dude's name? Lee, Conscious Lee or something. I don't know. Conscious Lee. I think his name is Conscious Lee. He got like the dreads, like, you know what I'm saying, dark skinned fella. And he be addressing certain things, and I think he's like a professor or like a teacher or something. But they label him a male feminist. Somebody said the narcissist. The narcissist. I don't know. I know that he was all on. They had him all on. No, not the narcissist. His name is Conscious Lee, like conscious and then Lee, Lee. Matter of fact, let me see if I could. Let me see if Conscious Lee or the Conscious Lee or whatever. Like, I'm about to. I found him. Yeah, I found him. Let me actually share this screen so y'all can see what he looked like and whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, go ahead and come back over here and add this to stage. And yeah, this dude right here. This him right here. This would look like, and that's his little. That's his username on TikTok. This is his username on YouTube. Yeah, he be addressing a lot of things. He went viral by a couple of, like, a lot of YouTubers covered him. You know what I'm saying? And didn't like what he was saying and stuff like that. And yeah, but that's him right here, the Consciously. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, y'all have a good night. Y'all stay blessed. Y'all stay encouraged in Jesus' name, man. I'm tired. I'm tired, boss.